Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, May the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Green Trades. And maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same thing for me. Want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. All right, guys. Well, I was going to lead off with NVIDIA, but I guess we'll have to lead off with ONMD. Crazy. Look at the volume, 45 million shares. Let's call it 10 million in the float. So it's traded the float 4.5 times already. I looked at thank you, Les, in our YouTube room. I looked at the news. I mean, I don't know anything about this company, reporting a greater than five-fold expansion, et cetera, et cetera. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. I'm missing the boat on these guys. I mean, I have this, I guess, a bias of not trading stocks under a dollar, number one. And when it got to a dollar, I thought, okay, how much further can it possibly go? Well, it can go another 50%. So anyway, that is ONMD, and it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But let's get to the real news of the day, guys. I mean, look at NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, of course, did not disappoint at all. NVIDIA had earnings after hours yesterday. We're over $1,000 now. And it is up right now at 6.89%. You can see that the NVDL, which is another way to play NVIDIA, you'll get two times whatever the gain is. Of course, you get two times the loss too, but see, that's 13.64, and that's basically double the 6.9. So there's NVIDIA, and they also announced that they were going to be doing a 1-for-10, or sorry, 1-for-10 forward split. Okay, a forward split. Not sure when it's supposed to take an effect, but a 1-for-10 forward split. Who was it in the room yesterday that said that they might do that? Was it Wiggleboss? You remember, William? I know you said it might have been Wiggleboss. Anyway, put a huge charge into the market. Of course, the SPY is just ripping on that news. And there are some pretty lofty price targets still being put on them. I think Goldman Sachs. Well, let's take a look. Okay, Nvidia. Yeah, I think Goldman Sachs is at 1,500. JP Morgan at 1150. Let me just see if I can find. I could have sworn I saw 1,500. I may be wrong. I could have sworn I saw somebody. There's Rosenblatt, $1,400. These are all price targets, of course. Anyway, great news for the market today, that's for sure. Is that right, Raul? Okay, so Raul in our, maybe it was Kiri. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, I think it was Kiri. Raul in our YouTube room says that the forward split for NVIDIA scheduled for June the 7th, so not that far away, a couple of weeks away. Maybe it was 1,400 for Goldman Sachs. At any rate, I mean, when you look at it, I mean, remember, NVIDIA and the rest of the market was collapsing, right? That was it for the market. NVIDIA got down to $750. That was the week of April the 15th. And so, 5 weeks later, basically from 750 to 1,000. Hmm. All right. I must have misread something then. Regardless of what these price targets are for NVIDIA, big charge into the market today. 10 to 1, 1-for-10, 1-for-10 forward split. So we'll be looking at a $100 stock approximately with 10 times the, how many shares right now? Say 24 billion in the float. Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? Make it more affordable, or the appearance of being more affordable. But let's not forget, same market cap. So they're going to have a lot more shares. Anyway, very interesting. So I did have here P triple I on my list, but I think it's can yeah. So popped up. I think they did a financing. I want to say around 62 cents. Okay, around 62 cents. So popped up on that news and then right back down. VFC, I got to find it. VFC. VFC has gapped down on earnings. VFC has gapped down on earnings. However, it has tacked on about a dollar from the pre-market lows, about a dollar. Now, Dupont, or in the States, you guys would call it DuPont. Anyway, they are spinning off it. They're doing what a lot of these other companies have done, like Johnson and Johnson, etc. They are going to spin off some kind of a division. Let me just read the headline exactly. The company announced a plan to separate into three publicly trading companies. Okay, so that is DuPont, Zupon. Now, William has been talking. And what did you call it, Jay? Did you call it I work at DuPont? Or did you say Dupont? Depends where you are. In Quebec or the rest of the world, maybe. Um, GFS. So William has been analyzing this one, GFS. Yeah, I glance at the headline. I see what you're talking about. They're looking to buy back 200 million or something of it, a $950 million secondary offering, but it's the one of the major shareholders. So after Mubadala's unit division to sell 950 million shares, wow. Then GFS says they will buy back $200 million. $200 million. Okay, I got to read this. I got to read this better. $950 million, not 950 million shares. So 950 million shares, dollars at 50.75 a share. Zavi trader from Andorra. Are you really from Andorra? Hmm, cool. Well, I think we've got the whole world covered now. I don't think we've had somebody from Andorra in the room. Welcome. NVAX, guys. Yeah, NVAX is still strong. Where's NVAX? Somewhere around here, I think. Maybe not. Oh, that's why it's only up 3.9%. So my lowest down here, I think, is DFLI. Anyway, NVAX still strong. It's been strong ever since this was sort of a COVID play back here this week, right here. And it's been strong ever since. So you must be a Spanish speaking person, Javi, with the ja 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 ja, the ha ha ha. Now here's one sneaking in here, guys. Probably less than a buck, a dollar. Yeah, another one less than a dollar. Wow, so many of these. I said this yesterday. It has snuck up on me, but I would say over the last 2, maybe even 3 months, never used to see so many stocks in this scan right here that were under a dollar, that were moving like that, like they are now. And look at ASNS. So do they have any news? I don't see any specific news yet for it. And ASNS, I don't see any specific news. Now, you would think there is a ton of resistance around, around $1.15 to $1.20. When you look at this weekly chart, I mean, there's just a lot of action right there. Hard to believe it'll pop through that. AKAN, guys, AKAN. So this is it is not an earnings play. I thought it might have been an earnings play. I don't know. I can't attribute it to really anything, David. I mean, I think something, sometimes what happens is you get a couple, and then traders around the world, they see a couple of these little penny poppers that I don't normally play. Well, maybe I'll start looking at some of these. Not me, I'm talking, in general. Then all of a sudden it just, sort of feeds on itself. MTC, let's take a look at MTC. Now, hopefully you're not trapped in this one, Roy, when you say it like that. I mean, right now it's dead in the water. I mean, there's nothing good to say about it right now. I mean, it's below the 200-day moving average even. Well, I mean, look, anything can happen, of course, but I mean, right now, there's nothing to see. It's a lot of volume, but it's a big float also, 198 million in the float. So, but there's nothing to see right now. Yeah, I don't see that very many institutions now. Depending what you mean by an institution, are getting involved in these little penny plays, sub $1 plays. Depends what you mean by an institution. All right, guys. Well, we know we're in for a nice big open, and yeah, the job numbers came out at 8:30. Didn't really affect the market. What could affect the market today in terms of economic numbers? We have got, so let's see now, 9:45. You've got the P. Some of these things are now starting to affect the market, so I never really paid that much attention. But 9:45, we got the P. We have the PMI composite flash, and new home sales at 10. I have no idea if the Kansas City Federal Manufacturing Survey at 11 will affect it. 3 p.m. I'll be gone by then. Bostic will speak again. So let's take a look at the sectors now before the market opens. So I will click on my sector status. All right, guys. Now the first thing that I see is that I know you, a lot of you. I've never ever traded this UNG, but look at this. Look at this UNG, the natural gas ETF. I guess the big one. Look at this, man. I see a lot of you guys talking about it all day long. Never traded it. So what you're seeing here, though, in general, XLE, that is the major ETF for energy. So when you see, now this is more like it. When you see 100% in green, it means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. That's what that 100% means. So when we look at the different sectors, technology, of course, led by NVIDIA, you can see right at the top here. But, Micron's pretty strong also. MU is strong. And I'm just piggybacking on NVIDIA as well as AMD, but especially Micron. So there's Micron up 4%, AMD's up 3%. What do I think about the increased prices of the SCC from $8 to $28 for a million I don't know what that means. Will that will will this be, remain or is it temporary? I'm not sure I follow that, Zavi? Maybe somebody else, can understand what Zavi is trying to say there. I really don't know. I mean, the T1 starts tomorrow or tomorrow on Tuesday for in the States and in Canada on Monday. But other than that, I don't, not sure. Oh, I have no idea. $8 to 28? I have no idea. I mean, the fees for traders? Still not sure what that means. What that means, Abby. Maybe I'm in Canada, so I have really no idea what that means. So there's Dupont. I'm just looking at, maybe somebody else if you can. Yeah, maybe somebody I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't pay that in Canada. I really don't know. So anyway, guys, yeah. So the ooh, sorry about that. Just had a bit of a coughing fit. So what I'm looking for though is something that is a bit of an outlier. I don't see anything that's really an outlier. In other words, the sector. For instance, if we'd seen, yeah, almost 100% of the stocks in the energy sector are up, but then one is way down. We want to look at that. But I don't see anything like that. All right, so I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So you cannot get the IB newsfeed with Insider Trade Ideas. No, if that's what you're talking about, you're talking about this is my news feed from Interactive Brokers. Can you get that inside Trade Ideas? No. What do I think of stocks? Well, I don't trade ETFs at all. Okay, that, but I mean, obviously, semi. I mean, but you can. I don't trade semis or I don't trade ETFs at all. But obviously, it's pretty strong. And of course, I mean, it's on the back of Nvidia. So I mean, if you think that Nvidia and the rest of them are going to remain strong, sure. But I don't trade ETFs at all. But you can see that, I mean, this is basically Nvidia right here. If we looked at Nvidia, remember this date right here, the 14th or the week of the 14th, right? So and look at Nvidia, the week of the 14th right here. So I mean, obviously SOXL, which I do not trade, heavily weighted with Nvidia. So if you think Nvidia is going to keep moving, then I guess you can buy SOXL because they're obviously so linked. All right, I'm going to answer somebody in our YouTube room. Well, again, are you using the relative volume filter in the pre-market? Or are you talking about once the market is open also? Talking to Bezavi in our YouTube room. My insane volume window is blank. Is it a top list window? Is it an alert window? And are you trying to find, is it blank in the pre-market, but once the market open, it is not? Oh, this one here. Are you talking about, so when you say the window I'm saying, I don't see, are you talking about this window here? The pre-market actives up? When you say the window, I'm saying, I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Okay, so I know somebody had a problem yesterday with top lists and with the data being blank in this window. They had to, okay, so I don't know why. They had to reload trade ideas. So, and that seemed to fix it. Okay, so I don't know why it's happening to some, not to me, but to some. What version of trade ideas are you on? I know we had a data problem yesterday for some. So as long as you have not, if it's exactly the same as mine, and you have not, for instance, you know, put the relative volume filter in here. So I really have no explanation for it. Yesterday, when a person had that problem, they just rebooted trade ideas and it worked, but I really don't know why it's happening. So I still can't help you. I really don't know why it's happening. Sorry. Why don't you take my scans from my home page and reload them individually? Okay, these two individually, and see if that helps. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to, but instead of having it, if it's happening in a layout, then maybe something's happening in that layout. That's so. Go to my home page. Go to the scan section. I think you know how to do that. Okay, and then find the pre-market actives up and down. I'm all ears, Amber. Yeah, SWIN. Did it do anything after hours? Oh, after hours, yeah, it dropped a lot, and then it came right back up. No idea, Amber. I have no idea why that happens. I mean, I see it on mine also. I've never really thought about it. Long as it's under 100, the that ping rate is okay. If it's under 100. I mean, I don't know why it flashes on and off. I have no idea. Never even noticed that in the 14 years I've had the product. All I care about, as long as it's under 100. No, sometimes it's going to spike over 100. I get it, but typically, if it's under 100, that's fine. All right, guys, what I want to do now is get the layout that I'm going to be using. Once this market opens, Give me a moment. Well, for instance, you have I always have a red bar. I always have a red graph here. Okay. Um, eh, I mean, ideally it would be green, but I've got a few. I have extra scans that I have only because, every now and then things get very slow. So I want to have some extra scans so I can talk about something. Okay. Um, that's the only reason. So, so what, beside that green ball, is it red? Is it orange or is it green? Anyway, I really wouldn't worry about it. I mean, as long as, even when it goes over 100, it's not like when I click on an alert, the charts don't load. So, all right, guys. You know what's moving a little bit here, a little bit, is the FFIE. Of course, that was the crazy one earlier this week. It's starting to, yeah, a little bit of volume coming in. The other one that I'm still going to keep an eye on is the edible EDBL. Still going to keep an eye on this one. Oh man, is that ugly on the 15-minute? Wow, hard to look at. But if it can get over this 230 mark, which is the high of yesterday, okay, they did the financing. It's held over two. So yeah, I mean, if you go to my homepage, Amber, and request a previous, just click on the homepage link, and when you go to need help, click on the need help, ask, and then chat. Okay. And then ask for a previous version. You're saying you think that this version here. But listen, Manalik, is it really, really that big a deal? I mean, is it impeding you from trading? Seriously, or is it just that you're transfixed by this? Why is it impeding you from trading though? Seriously, we're not high impact. We're not HFTs here. Yeah, but you look at me. Well, if you get a yellow ball, that's different. Okay, okay, that is different. That's something else going on. Getting a yellow ball. Okay, that is something else going on. All right, guys. Yes, less than a minute to the open. Thank you, William. So now, typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Now, if you have our AI, this is all I would do. Oh, just have this window open. Okay, the AI, the strategy trades. Here's how you do it. Click on new. And you'll see there are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is what you'll see. Notice it's blank. No alerts happen in the pre-market. In fact, the first alert possible would be at 9:40. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40 Eastern time, but that is the earliest you're going to alert. The other thing I would do is make sure in this filter box it says none. So if anything is checked, uncheck it so that filter box says none. In my opinion, you should watch the alerts all day long, whether or not they're profitable or not. Okay. All right, guys, we're now open. Now, CYTK, guys, I think, is this an earnings play? CYTK, excuse me, CYTK, not an earnings play. Boy, big gap down. I did see this in the pre-market, but why I didn't talk about it, I don't know. It's not an earnings play, but boy, this is a massive gap down. Big, big gap down here, guys. Yeah, I shut my system off every night. Okay, and certainly trade ideas every you've got to reload trade ideas every day at the minimum. Remember XP from yesterday? Big gap down, closed near the lows, trying to have a little pop here. XP. So DAV is on the move, guys. DAVA is on the move, and very low volume to start. It is actually, yeah, it's an earnings play. So the volume will pick up, but this is an earnings play. Well, so much for that news about spinning off divisions, creating new companies. DuPont is just wow. I mean, that's a this. I mean, that tanking. I mean, look, $83 down to 78. Now the market is also moving down. The Nvidia euphoria seems to be wearing off very quickly. Not that Nvidia is moving down much, but all right, guys, we have our first halt of the day. This is on the way down. AKAN halted on the way down. Well, guys, CYTK kept moving down. I'm trying to see if there's any news on this one. I mean, Wainwright cuts the target, but big deal. Can't even see that. I mean, they've cut it to 72, or Needham has cut it to 72 from 108. Well, it's way below that now. All right, guys. I'm just looking at a few things on my thumbnail charts. So Shady is taking this Cyto. If it gets up to 197, and he just did, so he's in that one. Now this has some room. Well, pre-market high was 225 or so. And if you look left on the weekly chart, yeah, the weekly chart, wow, I mean 349, that is the next high on the weekly chart if it can get through that high in the pre-market, which is 224. Ooh, did you get stopped out on that? 173. It hit 173 right here, or is that? Anyway, I'm going to stick an alert over two and see if it takes it out again. Well, to start off with, we've had 45 minutes down, and now this one, this is the opening candle, 15-minute candle, but it's not affecting Nvidia. Nvidia is still moving higher. So interesting that the market's moving against Nvidia. Yeah, Scott, typically what we don't talk about is how much money we made and all that. I know it's hard sometimes with you. So, but that's typically we don't talk about how many shares we take in a trade, how much money we make in a trade, and all that. Yeah, it was a little harsh on PJ. Okay, I didn't. I'm just reading that now. All right, guys. Well, Nvidia is continuing. All right, so AKAN resumed on the way down. OCGN. Well, I'm not good at like reading patterns like that, but so I have no idea. Is it a cup and handle? Maybe somebody else. I just don't. I don't get too into the patterns like that. But I will say this: OCGN certainly on the way down. TD is an earnings play, guys. Now the Canadian banks have not performed that well over the last little while. So TD, it's an earnings play, except now it's on the way down. All right, I saw this in the pre-market. Nice little gap up in the pre-market, but it is now starting to give it up. Giant red candle, sort of mimicking the SPY, guys. Now there is some economic news coming out at 9:45. I don't know if that's going to affect the market or not. And it is called the PMI composite flash. That's at 9:45. Okay, well, Saito's back up. I'm not sure if you got stopped out. I can't tell. but it's back up now. Saito is back up. CYTO is back up. Okay, I thought I saw it right at 173. So okay, good. I'm glad. All right, guys. Chewy. So what's happened is big bottoming tail for Chewy. I'm interested in the Saito. I want to see it hold two in a big way. Maybe 205, 206 gets me in. Yeah, FFIE ripped, guys. FFIE ripped. Look at the volume that came in also 37 million right here. So the float is 41. So this is going to trade the float easily today, having a bit of a comeback day. But obviously be careful. Remember the day it got up to $4 and it closed down here at $1. All right, guys. Well, Saito is CYTO is a minute. Okay. So I wanted that 205, 206 level. So now underneath two, I'm out. Or thereabouts. Yeah, that short float at big 86%. Yeah. Or are the shorts, some of these people who are, well, it's hard to believe it's hard to believe it's that high of a short float percent, to be honest, that there wouldn't have been insane short covering already. But if we can believe that number. All right. Well, 15 in the books now, guys. So there's that opening 15-minute candle. Now there's some, this PMI composite. I have no idea how much it affects the market, but that was at 9:45. Well, this DD, I mean, it's interesting the action. Now, I don't, it's just sort of following the market or, oh, look at that bottoming tail for DD now. But down to $77, closed up here at 79, back up to 80, all over the place. Talking about spinning off, I don't know, three divisions or something, creating three different companies, which will trade. Well, VFC guys, this is an earnings play. It had a great bounce right off that 11, bounced right back up to around 1150. So that is a great bounce for VFC so far. So William said that GCT came out with a stern defense of yesterday's short seller report by Grizzly. Lacks merit and contains numerous defamatory, selective, inaccurate, incomplete, and misleading statements. All right, so Swin is on the way down now, guys. SWIN, and this is going to have a gap down as I can see it right here. So this blue screen is from Interactor Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is time and sales. So there's the halt price, 35.42. Potential open underneath that 35. This doesn't have to hold, of course. Another penny, guys. Renb, RENB, another penny play. Yeah, well, it has room, I suppose, to $1.50. Again, I typically don't look at these, but after the success of some of these ones, it's hard not to look at some of them anyway. So the ONMD coming back down to earth, or is it? So there's the VWAP, 123. Okay, 123 is the VWAP. Okay. Okay. So right at the VWAP underneath now, I guess. Yeah, it's a little bit underneath. Okay, yes, nice call by Shady early. I took the Saito at our 205, so I've offloaded some. Got up to that 220 mark. Now, That now is above the, not quite. There's the pre-market high, guys. There's the pre-market high. So it's just a little bit above it now and on the move. That's a good stop you had. It must have come within a whisker. Now, what did I say? The next high looking left on a weekly chart is 349. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it's funny. It was the last thing I saw on my list this morning in the pre-market. You don't have to. You don't have to bother correcting your typo, Oliver. We knew what you meant. Boy, look at this market, guys. Holy smokes. We've actually gone negative. Wow. So the down. So there's a bit of a disconnect right now between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. So the value stocks, Dow down 220, Nas is still up a little, Spies up a little. So I guess that maybe that PMI number meant something. I know somebody put what the numbers were. So just another thing we have to pay attention to those. Yeah, Paul, somebody pointed out. So the number higher than expected. Good news is bad news, right? Like low unemployment, bad. High unemployment, good. Well, all right, guys. BCG halted on the way up. Okay, guys. So this is halted on the way up. BCG. So, um, where could it go? 671. So this is how I may play it, depending on what it does when it comes out of the halt. I'm all out of the Saito, guys. I'm all out of it. So the BCG, if it's halted at 558, so let's take a look at where it could open. This again, blue screen is from Interactor Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? So there is a potential open. So what for me to take this coming out of a halt, excuse me, it would have to do something like this. It's okay if it popped up above the halt price, and then if it came down below the halt price, and then through the halt price again, that is where I may take the trade. Now, if it opens lower than the halt price and then pops through it, I may take the trade. Now, the pullback can't be severe. Like, in other words, it can't go break back down to $5. Now, that is just the way I look at it. Okay. It may not happen because it may open above that whole price and keep moving, in which case I won't chase it. All right, guys. See what happens with this market. See if it's just going to continue to trade off, sell off. So Triumph, TGI, is this an earnings play? Triumph is an earnings play, guys. TGI is an earnings play. So where could it go? Next low looking left is around 12. So, or am I wait a minute? Is there a low here? 1268 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. Then after that, down to about 12. So there is some room if it can take out that 1268. That is a big, big candle down. Wow. No, I mean in the pre-market, it really, was okay. So where did Swin open? Wow. Now remember yesterday how it flatlined right here, basically at the end of the day. Not at the end of the day, for hours and hours. It basically just flatlined. You can see my 15-minute chart. What I'm my pointer. You see that? That's just the 15-minute, and it didn't move. Triumph is TGI. Well, of course, I think of them as. Am I wrong? Do they not still make motorcycles or motorcycles, or do they not? Am I wrong? Yeah, I'm looking right here. Yeah, it doesn't look like that is the same Triumph. Thank you. Okay. So, Bezavi, I know why you're mentioning BCYC. Well, it's up to you how and if you trade it. Okay, nobody can tell you how or how to trade it if you want to trade it. All right. If this is a 5 minute halt, this will open at 9:59 plus 31 seconds, and we are past that. So this is not opening in 5 minutes, which is too bad because the longer it goes, now you see the $6 level. Yeah, thank you, John. Yeah, I was corrected in the main room regarding TGI and what they actually do. but it's actually having a pop here. TGI is actually having a bit of a pop. Okay, so BCYC guys, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 2676. So it's got some room still. Now, the issue I have with BCYC, and I know it's an AI play, is the spread. I mean, and it's a pretty tough spread. 25.92, 26.28, pretty tough spread. It's basically kind of keeping me out of it, but it would have room. I mean, look at the room it's got, almost a dollar from this level, but you've had to deal with that spread. So I don't actually have it up and running, Scott. Okay, but how it works is it's one of yes, it's one of the scans I'm sharing, but I don't have it up and running. All those scans that you see on my homepage that I have listed, I don't have them all up and running. But the idea is if it there's two scans in there. One's a bouncer, one's a topper. So if you see a green alert, okay, a green alert, it means that it's a potential bounce play. Okay. And if you see, I can't remember how I color coded it, maybe an orange or red alert, it means it's a potential topping play. So to short. And the whole idea is, it's looking, if, for instance, on the potential bounce, I think it has to have a certain number of 5 minute candles down in a row. Okay. And it has to be below, like, I want to say the RSI has to be under 25, things like that, okay? But I actually haven't used it for quite a while, but, some people, I put it in there. I put it in there because I know some people might wanna take a look at it. I just can't have every single scan that I've got in my homepage up and running. I'd have way too much going on. So that makes sense? So again, if you, if you've got it loaded, then break out one of them, okay? Break out well, like break out either the topper or the bouncer. You know how to do that out of a multi-strategy window. Just right click, strategies, and then hover over and then open it. Then you'll see what it's looking for exactly. And of course you can make adjustments. Do I trade DJT sometimes? Sometimes yes. I haven't for a while, but sometimes yes. Hmm. Yeah, so you see what happened with BCG. It just exploded from out of the halt. It did not get down below the 575 and then pop back. It just exploded through it. So no go for me. And I'll take the trade. Not going to chase it. Now, guys, ONMD is halted on the way up. Interesting. Now, I was mentioning this one earlier as a VWAP play. I think the VWAP was at that point about $1.19. Of course, the VWAP has gone up a bit, $1.24. So now this is halted on the way up. This could be interesting. It's the first halt. On a weekly chart, it's still, what did it get up to? It got up to $1.65 pre-market. On a weekly chart, there's still room to over 202. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. All right, guys. Nvidia is holding. Too bad. The BCG would have been. See, now I know it's popped down below, but it doesn't quite meet my requirements now. I mean, it may pop up. I mean, there was the original halt price at 575. It may go through it again. Well, move from there, but it doesn't meet my requirements because it's had a big sell off now. Oh, I missed this one. This is from my 10-day daily breakdown. WEC through the 200-day moving average. I missed this one. The alert was at what? 81.37. Just give me a moment, please. All right, let's watch the market a little bit here, guys. So we've got a couple of bottoming tails now. Maybe the selling is abated for a bit. But we also have a topping tail here on the current 15-minute candle. So right now, little indecision. We have a topping tail and a bottoming tail. A little bit of indecision. Shoot, I did miss this WEC. Too bad. No, the next low, I'm not going to chase it. The next low is 80.57. All right. What happened with this one? ONMD. Okay, so there was the halt price at 148. Wow. Hard to believe. Wow. I mean, it is now taking out the pre-market highs. And I think it's well, I thought it might even get halted again. The reason I said that is that it looked like the price action was stalling. Now it looks like this is going to halt on the way down, guys. I think this is going to halt on the way down, almost for sure. Why? Because look at the 142, 140. There we go. Because it was not moving, 142, 143. So keep an eye on True for a bounce, guys. TRU. Keep an eye on it for a bounce, especially if the market does this. Okay. True has been following the market like a lot of stocks today. A couple of red bars, couple of red bars. Let's see if this follows, has a bounce here. I'm watching this for a bounce, guys. Is TRU, see if it follows the market a little bit. Roy, I can't. I mean, it obviously that sounds like a glitch. I mean, if you sell, but let me do one. Okay, let me do one. Okay, I don't use Brokerage Plus, but you're talking about in the simulator. Okay, so I'll question is okay. So here we are. So I know we had a problem yesterday, but I don't think we have it today. Okay, so there's BCG. Okay, so let me buy. Is it halted right now? It's not halted right now. Okay, so let me buy 400 shares. I'm going to buy. This is in the simulator. I'm going to buy at the market. Send. Okay, now I'm going to flatten it. So there it is. No position. So I'm not sure what you mean when you say it still is still showing in your account. Where is it showing in the account? Position. So you mean it's not zeroed out? You saw what I did, right? It's zeroed out. If you want to hide it, if you don't want to see it anymore at all, but it is zeroed out. Oh, I have no idea what you're talking manually trading from Robinhood now. I thought you were talking about it in our simulator. Okay, but you see mine, it says 0, okay? So when you close out your position, does it not say 0 in your positions? In the simulator. You saw what I did. Or are you saying when you flatten it and get out of the trade, it still somehow shows that you still have it? So when you say it still comes up, are you so it's well, I can't answer that then. You saw what I did. I got out of the trade. It says 0 shares, so I really can't answer that then, why that's happening. Probably gonna have to go to well, again, when you say they still come up, you mean they still show you have a position as active, that you still have a position, even though okay, let's do it again. I'll do it again. I'm gonna buy 400 shares again. I don't care. I know the spread is terrible. I'm just gonna buy it again. So here I'm in 400 shares, flatten it, and now I'm out. So if that's not happening for you when you flatten your position or trade out of your position and it doesn't say 0 shares, I cannot answer that. You will have to go and ask that question. Chris may have to take a look at a log or something. Ah, because I think have you clicked it a couple of times? Sometimes that happens, if you click it a couple of times, if you click flatten and you don't think and you still see it and you think, "Oh, I better hit it again." I think maybe that's what's happening. You let me see if I can duplicate that. Okay, so there it is. I'm gonna flatten. Ah, it didn't happen. Okay. No, not for me. I actually clicked on it twice. Maybe I didn't click. Maybe I had to give it a little time. I think probably what you've done is you have clicked it twice. That used to be like on the build that I'm on, that doesn't happen. I think that used to happen on builds. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. Thank you, Pepe. That used to happen. People would click the flatten and then they'd see the position was still there and they get impatient and they click it again. And that would, yeah, would get you out of your trade, but then it would turn it into a short. So it's probably the version you're on, Roy. So to tell the version you're on, if you click help, sorry, account and then, sorry, help and then about. Now I'm on, it's hard for me to tell because I'm on a development version all the time. So you guys don't have access to this, but if you're on the latest production version, it should be fine. Okay. That should not happen anymore. That used to happen. Yes. That version should be fine. Can't answer it, Roy. Sorry. That version should be fine at 0.88. Yeah, is right, Oliver. It is no kidding. All it had to do for me to get into the trade was to get down below 575 briefly, the original halt price, and then I'd be in it. But c'est la vie. There'll be another one. There will be another one. So you might go to my homepage, okay, Roy. Click on my homepage link, and where it says "Need help," and ask, and then chat, and just tell them exactly, and say the version you're on, okay, and say, "Oh, listen, well, I get out of a position, and you've more than likely clicked the flatten twice. Okay, I can't believe clicking it once will get you out of that position and then turn it into a short. I think it's probably that you've accidentally clicked it twice. But anyway, see what they say. Okay. All right, guys. So CYTK is actually having a bit of a bounce here. And let's take a look at the market. So we've had a green bar. That's the 10 o'clock. Ugh, wow, that's an ugly one now. ONND halted on the way down again. I was literally a whisker away of taking this one right up here. After that halt and it popped above, I thought, okay. It didn't actually get down. I can't even remember if it got down below the halt price, but I thought, okay, people who miss it the first time, like me, they want to get in it. I thought it had room, but luckily I didn't get in it. Well, Oliver, I mean, at this point, of course, BCG is just a chase. Now this could be, as we usually say, first halt is usually pretty good. In other words, it'll open above the halt price. Second one could be okay. Third one is usually the one that there could be some profit taking. So you can see right there, 732, and potentially it's going to open at 7. Potentially doesn't mean that it's not. It doesn't mean obviously this is not fixed, but you can see how it does fluctuate. And again, this is time and sales. This blue screen you see here, time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So if you have Interactive Brokers, just load time and sales, and this is what it'll look like on a halt. Triumph now, TGI is looking interesting to me again. You had the pull up, pop up. You know what? I think it just follow. I don't like trading stocks that follow the market this closely. You can see it's following the market. There's the SPY. Look at TGI. Look at that green bar, red bar, red bar. I like to find stocks that are, well, call them alpha stocks that are more or less trading on their own. Well, I think, Francis, the question that should be asked more than why is it going down that much? Why was it up that much? Okay, I think that's more of the. Now, somebody said yesterday that it may have a bit of a tie-in with Ethereum, and whether or not there is going to be an ETF for Ethereum. I know there's talk about it. Doc, probably. I can't imagine NVDL will have to. It would not be up at the same price. So I'm assuming it would have to. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is. So I'm not trying to be facetious on it, but I mean, really, the question really is why was it up? Well, not shortable for me, unfortunately, at Interactive Brokers. It did not do what I like. I don't think it did. I think, well, okay, it's possible, but the problem is it popped up too much, and yes, then it dropped. And so I thought, okay, there's a lot of profit taking. I don't mind it going above the halt price a little bit and then dropping down below the halt price and then popping through. That's what I was looking for. I've just got to stick to what I think I know on these sort of things. Yes, in this particular case, I guess it would have worked, but what happened to Swin? Yeah, I mean, I don't. There's no news if you're wondering. Question in our YouTube room. Again, it's more about why did it do this? Again, somebody mentioned yesterday that it might have a bit of a tie-in with Ethereum, whether or not there will be an ETF for Ethereum. But other than that, I have no idea. All right, guys. GFS is now below that 10 SMA, okay, that Steve loves. And today is Thursday. Okay, sorry about that. So today is Thursday. So Steve will be in our YouTube room in when I take my break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. And he loves that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So if this closes below, what time is it now? 10:27. So it's got a little bit of, let's see if it closes below that 10 SMA, that orange line that you see. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. All right, I'm definitely watching this GFS. I want to see if it holds underneath. Another minute and a half to go to see if it holds underneath that 10 SMA. And that might give me a short opportunity. Has a little bit of room, 50 cents or so down to the lows. But if it really gets rocking down, you've got down here 49.38. Not saying it's going to get there. Well, it's been a fast morning, guys. Just waiting on this GFS to see if it. So there's NVIDIA. Okay, that's why it's showing up. There's the 2 times short. You don't want to be in that. And there's your BCG coming down on a halt. And it's through the VWAP now, also 672. It's through the VWAP. So this is halted on the way down. All right, guys, I am going to go over my homepage, and we do have a promo on right now, only for annuals. So what I want to do, I'm going to put in. So this is the Memorial Day promo, okay? 28% off an annual, not off a monthly, but off an annual. Now, if you go to my homepage, you will not see that promo. If you do want to take out a monthly, it's still 15% off a monthly, but you can get 28% off an annual. A little confusing. So again, clicking on the the Memorial Day promo, 28%, clicking on that link, this is what you're going to see, okay? And it runs out in 8 days, 16 hours, 27 minutes, 53 seconds, okay? Clicking on my homepage link, of course, there's a lot more information there other than just taking out a subscription. But there is, if you do want to take out a monthly, you'll get 15% off. And again, using my code, that Memorial Day code, or this one, this really helps the room because the room gets credit for the subscription. And why is that important? Well, this is a free room. And the way to keep it free is by using my codes to keep and taking out a subscription. That really helps to keep the room free. Again, the room gets credit for the subscription. Well, those like a Memorial Day promo code, for instance, David, will disappear. So it depends when you're when you're up to renew, but that'll disappear at the end of May, as an example. So so it depends when you are renewing. I don't get involved in renewals at all. Okay, you'll have to talk to accounting on all that. I don't get involved in that. I all I can tell you is what the codes are. And if you have a current subscription and you're looking to, get a deal once your subscription, yeah, just ask as the time gets nearer. So if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, okay? First one, download and install. Best thing to do, Mike, is ask, okay? Go to my homepage and ask the question, okay? I can't tell you. Okay, go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and where it says need help, click on the need help, click on the ask, click on the chat, give them your email address, and you know see what they say. I have no idea. I do not get involved in the subscriptions like that. Okay, so the 10 short videos. The first one, download and install for startup and login. Scrolling down a bit, important introduction to scans. Top list windows, alert windows. Okay, it'll take you 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. You don't have to go through them all. In fact, I wouldn't watch the doc layout. I don't think it's necessary. Sort of an advanced topic. If you're new to trading, Trading 101. This is a free series of videos for you. If you are new to trading, I think this is really beneficial if you're new to trading, and it is free. I do a stock of the day video, free, of course. Trade of the week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week never triggered. What do I mean by that is when you get the email, you'll see where the suggested entry is. So it was DJT and the suggested entry was $55, not even close to it. So it's not a bad trade of the week, it's just a non-event. Okay. And Steve Gomez, who will be in our YouTube room when I take my break between 12 and 1, he is the originator of the trades of the week. Okay. And big education section is here. By the way, welcome to the rooms. If you are new to either our YouTube room or the main trading room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 a.m. I've been taking off a little bit earlier than 3. Now, the main room is usually open till 4. I'm not on the mic and there's no screen sharing, but William has very graciously, over the past few months, kept the main room open till about 4. I don't know if he's going to do it today, but so here's our user guide. There's that getting started again. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. And I love to put price alerts. Okay. But obviously, there's a lot in this user guide. You do not have to learn everything. If you're looking at this for the first time, thinking, man, how am I going to learn all this? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. Like any other user guide, lots of stuff that is in it. Most user guides, people probably, well, the average person. I always use the example of MS Word. So most people, all they care about is, well, how do I type on the screen? How do I print it? Maybe change a font, and how do I save it? But when you look at a Word manual, it's huge. How to create a watch list? That's a common question. Here's the getting started. So the daily support, as I said, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, Monday to Friday. One of the other traders takes over for me. Today is Thursday. Now, normally it's Steve. I'll have to confirm. Sometimes he and Andy switch, but I'll confirm before I do take my break who it's going to be. Also, I'll put the YouTube link in before I take my break so you can head over. I think it's a good idea to head over and listen to another trader's perspective. I have a certain trading style, of course, but 5 days of the week, five different traders take over for me in our YouTube room. Again, we all have different trading styles. Okay, William, I read what you posted. So, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. Okay, we are great at real time alerting. We are really, really good at that. A lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners. We don't have to claim to be. We know we are one. So, what do I mean by all of that? This is an alert window. Okay, if I right click on it and click on configure, and then click on the summary. This is going to tell me exactly what this scan is looking for. This is the screening aspect. If the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day, it is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. If the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. All of these filter values have to be met. And if they are, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert on it. Okay. And you can see what's happening right here. VORR meeting all these filter requirements and making new high after new high. Okay. These are all real time alerts. You can see 673, 674, 6, 7. Okay. So that's how the real time alerts work. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, great. But of course, you can make some changes if you want. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe there's some aspect you don't like about it. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like. Go ahead. This is what I like. But of course, it doesn't have to be what you like. So you can have it. It's on my homepage. It's called Momentum or Momo. Now, if you want to create your own scan, of course you can. If I click on search this time, you'll see right at the top the new high and the new low of the day, the two by far most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But we have a lot of other ones. If I keep scrolling down, you'll see all of the other real-time alerts. And these are our screeners, our filters. Same thing as I said about the user guide, though. Don't get hung up about how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Don't look at this and say, man, this is way too complicated. I cannot possibly learn what they all mean. Well, again, you don't have to. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously, they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and filters to satisfy all the different types of, well, most of the different types of trading styles there are out there. So that somebody wants to create their own scan, they would find a way to combine the real time alert with some of the screen filters that we've got. Okay, but you don't have to learn them all. I only use, for instance, the new high and the low of the day. That's it. That because and doesn't mean all these other ones are bad. It just means that for my style of trading, that's all I care about. Okay, and I only use a handful of the filters, and that's all I need for my style of trading. Okay, so again, don't get hung up about a lot of how big the user guide is, how many alerts, real time alerts, how many filters we got. Don't get hung up on that. All right. So in our YouTube room, TT is asking, sometimes you're asking yourself if the daily range matters. Well, it depends. I mean, for me, it doesn't matter if because I'm an intraday trader. So I'm not going to limit myself. In other words, I'm not going to say, well, only show me stocks that typically have a $1 range. Okay. Because what if a stock that, has usually a 10-cent range, like OMN today. I'm using that. Might be a good example, actually. Let's take a look at it. ONMD, man. See what the range typically is. Yeah, typically the range is a dollar is 5 cents. Okay, 5 cents. So if I said, well, you know what, I wanna have a. I listen. Anybody can do anything they want, of course, with the filters. But as an intraday trader, I don't really care that much about what the average true range is. Now, maybe a percentage of it would be interesting. Okay. But I'm not going to say, well, I only want to see stocks that have at least a $1 average true range. Because on a day that ONMD goes absolutely crazy, because today's range, because it only counts the market hours, $1.70 or dollar is about 60. Hey, about 50 cents, okay, right now. So if I said, well, you know what, I only want to see stocks that have at least a $1 range, well, I'd miss this one as an example. It's the same reason why I do not put average daily volumes in as an intraday trader. Why do I care what a stock has done over the last 5 days or 10 days or 30 days average volume? I mean, if I put a minimum of, 200,000 shares over the last 5 days, and again, I'm not saying don't use these filters. I'm just telling you what I do. But as an intraday trader, if I put because this one, look at this one as an example. What did it do yesterday? 69,000 shares, 38,000 shares, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So what if I said, okay, I want to have my filter. I'm going to have to say something that has at least 100,000 shares a day traded on average over the last 5 days. I'd miss this one. Why bother putting it in? A day that a stock just absolutely explodes, you want to see it, as an intraday trader. So why limit? My opinion. Now, what you can do, for instance, right now, I'm looking at the ONMD, and that today's range percent, 1,057%. That means this is traded about 10 times, 10.5 times its average, which makes sense. Okay. 10.5 times that 5 cents. Now, guys, if you're listening to this for the first time, this is a trading room, but it is also a support room. Okay, so you can ask questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them, and you'll hear me every now and then. Well, there are two rooms that I moderate. There is a YouTube room, and then what I call the main trading room. Both hear me, both see my screen. YouTube is a slight delay, I think a 7 or 8 second delay. The main trading room just is a lot more active with traders. Okay, posting information all day long. YouTube is nowhere near as active, but it's up to you. But if you wanted to come into the main room, I'll give you the link. If you're sitting there on YouTube wondering, not realizing that there is another room, so I'm just going to see who it is today, taking over for me in about an hour and 15 minutes for my 1 hour break at noon Eastern. Look at NVIDIA, guys. There has been no pullback. I mean, a little one here, the 945 candle, but other than that, all right, guys. So I was talking about that GFS. It's been doing nothing, but I am in it, okay, on a short. Been really doing nothing, but let's see if it has a move down. It's making a little bit of a move down. I'm in at 97, okay, so that's on a short for GFS, but it's really done not much. I'm just looking to see if it can maybe get into the 80s, maybe get down to the mid 70s. Sort of a very tight stop on it, but I'm not trying to tell anybody to do the same thing. Well, pretty close to my entry. Tight stop would be very close to my entry. Okay. Uh, for me, that's what I mean by a tight stop. So I'm in at 97. So it'll be, I'm not going to let it get too far above that whole number. Guys, I think I mentioned this RenB. Yuck. I mentioned it right here on a $1 break. Man, oh man, I got to pay more attention. I really have to pay more attention to these cheap ones. I sort of have a bit of a phobia about them, when they're under a dollar and then they pop over a dollar. But boy, oh boy, I mean, this has got some room. 152 is the next highs looking left approximately. So, I mean, if you're in it now, congratulations. Just remember right up here could be the resistance area. All right, I think Swin is yeah, so it's trying to come back a bit. This WIN has been halted and resumed many times now. All right, so here we go on the ONMD. Okay, so there is that 200. There is the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart at 129. There's the VWAP at 125. So an argument can be made that if it gets above that, closes the 15-minute candle closes above that line, the 10 SMA, it may start to run again. It may start to run again. Wow. Watch this prove me wrong, and it powers right through. It's a big float too. I'm talking about the RANB. I have to check that float. That is a massive float to be up 53%. So I will check another website just to get some kind of a confirmation or see if there's a big difference. Yeah, so we've got about double. The other website shows about 49 million. Still, that's a lot to be at 58%. All right, I just had a confirmation. It will be Steve in our YouTube room. Taking over for me in about a little over an hour. All right, GFS is just probably following the market. As the market's doing this. All right. Well, we saw CGN yesterday also. CGN, CGEN. We did see it. And it had a big day, and it's a bit of a continuation. So on the weekly chart, this is what I see. I mean, there's could be little areas where it could stall. Oh, sorry about that. I typed in GFS into the into YouTube. Did not mean to do that. Just waiting just a little bit longer. Okay, I've just taken some off of the GFS. I was hoping to get into the mid 70s, so not bad. So we're still having this disconnect in the market, guys. Not a well, Dow's down quite a bit. Nas is still up a little, of course, with Nvidia. SPY's down a bit. All right, guys. What I forgot to, my talk about trade ideas in general. So I'm an intraday trader. So And if you are also, this is your number one goal every single day should be to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. So this screen you see here, the relative strength leaders from the closed percent, which I'm sharing on my homepage. I've just abbreviated it. It's called the relative strength leaders. This will give you, if you're just looking to go long, this is enough to look at all day long. Now you have to find a way to trade them, of course, and that's why you've got to practice if you're new to trading. Because if you're new to trading and you click on RENB, you have to understand what is the chart trying to tell me or tell you. And if you have no idea, then that's why you've got to practice trading. That Trading 101, it goes over chart patterns and trends and things like that. It's a whole series of videos that I think is very beneficial if you're new to trading. And you can use our simulator to practice trading. Because, the chart tells a story. Now, I do use other scans, to find stocks that are trading abnormally. The 10-day daily breakout, the 10-day daily breakdown. Notice how few alerts we get. And this is the abnormal option activity scan. Again, look how many alerts, hardly any. This one, the Pepe scan, nothing today so far. But if you're new to trading and you're just looking to find stocks that are trading abnormally, this is just look at this. Now the PIII, somebody mentioned that one. Yeah. We saw this in the pre-market, got all the way up to almost $1, well, 90 cents. They're doing a financing at around 62 cents, I think. Well, this has got some room on the way down, guys. TransUnion. Now, again, it's more or less following the market, like a lot of stocks, of course. Give me a moment, guys. Just following some internal discussions at Trade Ideas. Whoa. Okay, guys, I took off all of the GFS. Okay. Took all off, so I'm not in anything right now. All right, guys. Well, look, BCG may not be over. If it took out, so this is the type of one that I love to see later on in the day. If it can just kind of settle down a bit, do nothing, just kind of hang in this range, and then later on, when I say later on, 1:30, 2 o'clock Eastern time, enthusiasm comes back and pops it through the highs of the day and has another run. It may not happen, of course, and it may start to run now. Speaking of AI boom, how's AI doing? AI, the company. Haven't seen this one. I haven't really. Yeah, I mean, it's not. Nobody cares about this one anyway, or it doesn't appear. Though it had a nice, I guess, a nice run from 20 to 26 last month, or the last 4 weeks, not including this week. To be honest, I don't really know any of the other AI plays other than Nvidia that are doing great. I'm sure there are some out there, but I'm just not aware of them. Okay, well, you're right. This is doing pretty well. Synopsis, okay. I was sort of thinking of some of the cheap ones that went crazy a year ago, year and a half ago. I haven't seen anything like that. I haven't seen any of them really going crazy anymore. Was it? Okay, thank you, Ori. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Triple B Foods, T Triple B. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. This is an earnings play, actually. And this is an all time high. Yeah, all time high. TBBB. Don't think I've ever seen this. Looks like it's hard to trading as TBBB. Back here, this is a weekly chart. So back in February of this year, I don't know if it was a SPAC that turned into this, or they changed symbols, or I mean, it's not great, but it's not. I mean, 75. I mean, I'm sure it widens. I'm sure that's probably what you're talking about because it's not terrible now. 13-cent spread, but I'm sure it probably widens. All right, market's trying a little bit here. So I'm going to stick an alert up here, 5:30, okay? And see if at some point, probably not this candle here, and it may never happen today, but want to stick an alert up here. That would be an interesting recovery area. Now, Draw, you're really dredging the bottom of the barrel, aren't you? I saw you talk about this in the pre-market, and I thought, okay, I'm sure it's I think you said sub penny, or sub a penny stock, but I thought it would be at least over 50 cents. But yeah, I mean, you never know. This stock was what, 4 cents 2 weeks ago. I just can't bring myself, because you have to take so many shares, and I just don't have the faith in doing that. Well, I guess I do, because I don't have a scanner that can find this, because my minimum is 50 cents. So I don't even have a scanner. I mean, obviously I could reduce it, but anyway, a week and a half, 2 weeks from now, when this is $10, we're going to all go, wow. Really? 10 cents is your low. Wow. All right, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts right now, so things have definitely quieted down. Not in anything right now. Only took two trades today. There's the little short on the GFS, and the early trade on the CYTO, CYTO. And that is it. Oh boy, the BCG looks like it. I just wish it would settle down. Now, if you're in it, wow, guys, by the way, look at this. Yeah, got a nice big green bar. Maybe going to wipe this out, but it's not so much what will happen on this one. Even if it does remain green, it'll be the next one. What is it going to do? Is it going to just wipe that out, or will we have a bit of a rally? And the reason, of course, I show these is because if you're in a trade that kind of basically mirrors the market a bit, you have to know what the market's doing. No, my goodness, look at this swing, up and down, up and down. Another wow. Just forget about it. I mean, I'm sorry. I have to. Well, I don't have to click on it, but I mean, it's showing up in this Halts resumes. Now Plab. This was an interesting one from yesterday, I believe. This was an earnings play yesterday. Yes. So it had a tremendous comeback, and it's still trying to come back. So what do I mean by a comeback? So on what was yesterday was Wednesday, of course. So Tuesday, this closed at $28. It got all the way down to 23.50, and it recovered. This is an earnings play, and now it's still in recovery mode. All right, PEGY running. Okay. Well, on the daily chart, I guess if it takes out 22, I mean, the next time the weekly is 31. Look at the volume that's coming in. It's a bbig float too. 94 million float for a 21-cent stock. That is a big float. That's an impressive. Well, it's a very impressive percentage move. It's 7 cents. All right, guys. The moment of truth, really. We have half a minute for this candle to close. I'm, pretty sure it's going to close green, but it's the next candle. The next candle on the SPY that'll tell the story. Short-term story, anyway. You got 8 million in the float. Okay, let me check another website, and that's for the PEGY. Well, I don't know. The website that I think most of us seem to think is pretty bang on is that Dilution Tracker, and they've got 95 million also. So I'm not saying you're like where are you getting that float from, Great Scott, for PEGY? Who's giving you that number at 8 million? But this Dilution Tracker, pretty much, I believe them. Yeah, well, TC2000. I mean, I can't. I do trust that Dilution Tracker. I mean, that's kind of that's almost like their business is to know for sure. But I'm not saying they're infallible. But that would be a big difference. 8 million compared to 94. That would be a big difference. Actually, I see that ERAS is an AI alert too. 271 was the alert, so got up to 292. Not a bad percentage move, but it has pulled right back down. Wow, look at Dava all over the place, guys. This is an earnings play, DAVA, all over the place. That had a nice move in the pre-market, got up all the way up here, and then kind of has fallen with the market, but is falling more than what the market's doing now. Still positive for the day. I should have flipped the script on the TGI. That was a nice bounce off the bottoms here. Now, this is coming right into that 10 SMA, okay, on the 15-minute chart, that orange line. That could stall it. The problem is it would be in between the VWAP 1305 and that number. So my point is, if you took the short here, it may that VWAP may be support. All right, now maybe I flip the script on this one now, the GFS. Because it's over that 10 SMA at 5094 approximately. It's got some room up here to about 5170. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. The high right there is 5106, so it's above that high. The previous 5114. So takes out 5114. That's the previous high of the previous 15-minute candle. Boy, guys, my alerts have really, really dried up. So what I should do is start looking at some of these ones down at the bottom here, okay? And the that haven't maybe made the big move yet. I mean, they're still nice percentages, but not the big move. Like this one, I don't think I've seen this one today. PPBT, Purple Biotech. So there's another one that's under $1. All right, Pop-Up King suggests that maybe DraftKings, DKNG. This is in our main room. Potential short underneath 39.92. So there's the low. I guess that's the low of the day, right? That is the low of the date. And if it does, then the next low is 39. So yeah, it's got some room. Why not stick a price alert there? Okay, guys, I'm just watching this candle right here. This 15-minute candle right here. Is it going to give up? Is it going to give? Is this all for naught? This big green candle, or will we have a continuation? I haven't looked at any of the IPOs. So Bo is supposedly today draw. All right, I will put in the price alert. And you are saying 7.5 million shares and it's priced at $17. Okay, well, let's see. And I'm assuming it's not China, right? Or Singapore, or it's a US based stock or a company, US based. Before I close this down, US. Okay, thanks. All right, well, let's see what happens when it opens. So if it opens over 17 and starts to run, that means there's some enthusiasm for it. If it opens under 17 and does nothing, then there's not too much enthusiasm today, anyway. Yeah, moment of truth right here, guys. Just give me a moment, guys. Yes. Don't use the what? The hose at the back.
Well, the clay, you pull it in some way that is stuck now. It's only held by one screw, which is going to come out. And we need to together tonight put 4 screws back.
Oh, okay.
No, you've done, I see.
Well, honey,
It doesn't work. It's in that state right now.
Okay.
And I kind of like washed the area where she here, this outside dry, was going to kill. But come see her. She's like,
Oh,
so I'm going to put a movie for her.
okay. And I'll look at the pillows around.
Well, you can do that, but
Yeah.
you jump. Maybe you're not just in my door.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And let's see. I'm just trying to see if there's anything on my thumbnail chart. So the NVAX is actually trying to come back. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, I know I had my mic was not or off. NVIDIA, guys. NVIDIA still, what is the market doing also? So the market is still putting in a green bar there. Okay, I'm kind of, well, I was trying to watch that GFS to see if it would have some kind of a pop, but doesn't look like it. Not moving with the market. I want to keep an eye on it though if it gets over 51 again. Why did well, again, the question more is why did it go up? Okay. I don't know. I don't have a definitive answer, but somebody said yesterday that they may be something to do with Ethereum if Ethereum ever has an ETF. But, I can't, I have no definitive answer to that. All right, guys, 11:31. So in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. And yes, Steve will be taking over for me. So Steve Gomez, he is the originator of the trades of the week, and also he loves that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. I'm starting to I would say I love it, but I'm certainly paying way more attention to it than I ever used to. I'm not a big indicator guy. So obviously the 200-day moving average, the VWAP, and now this one. It's kind of what I pay attention to. Swin is for swindled. Yeah, ugly guys. Here's the eras. I mean, these are what I'm finding is we're not getting a lot of great trending trades here. I mean, the eras look interesting. Even before though, I mean, I saw this and it was chopping up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Just not a lot of great for the ones I'm seeing anyway. Not a lot of great trending trades. I'm not saying there's nothing out there that's trending. Other than NVIDIA. Yeah, I just wish this would settle down. Now, if you're in it, I don't want it to settle down for you, but I mean, I just wish it would settle down a bit. And sometime in the afternoon, one of these ones that have got that's gone crazy and then goes crazy again, volume comes in. Sharath in our YouTube room. I'm brand new trader. Okay, I would like to know how to look for the AI buy and sell signals, please. Okay, so this is what I would do. Okay, I hope you're using our downloadable application. And if you can see what I'm doing, Sharath, click on new from the toolbar, click on new, and hopefully you can see what I'm doing. The middle one, if you see, there are three that start off with premium AI. The middle one says premium AI strategy trades window. So before I keep going, I have to make sure that you can hear me and see what I'm doing. Okay. Sharath, before I keep going. Okay. So click on the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. This is what you're going to see. In my opinion, this is all you need to look at. No, I know we have an AI channel and all that, but I think that, it's just too much information coming at you. In my opinion, this is all you really need to see. These are the AI alerts today. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is up to you. Okay. There's no video that's going to say, well, you get this alert, this is what you should do. The other thing I would do is if you see in the filter box, if it doesn't say none, this is a drop down. Okay. More than likely profitable trades or something is checked. Okay. I would uncheck it because I use this like a watch list. Okay. It's blank. Okay. That's because probably you've got, well, first of all, in the filter box, does it say none? If you can see that filter, if you can see what I'm pointing at, the filter box, does it say none? Or is profitable trades checked? Now, are you, yeah, I was going to say, because if it's blank, completely blank, have to make sure that you signed up correctly. Sometimes people forget to sign the exchange agreements, things like that. And the other, well, if you're going to restart, okay, the key thing will be a couple, but I'll let you restart. Let me know when you've restarted or when you're loaded again. Okay, so what you want to do then, because more than likely, this is why you're only seeing that one. Yeah. So uncheck. You see where it says filter? You see where it says profitable? Uncheck it. Uncheck it. So you see all the alerts, okay, whether they're profitable or not. Because the way I look at it is that sometimes, you get an alert, it might be early, but it's still worth looking at. And maybe it sets up even better for you at a better price. Okay. So uncheck, make sure that filter box says none. Okay. Instead of, I'm assuming the filter box is always visible. You don't have to add it. But you see what I did there, right? So it should say none. If it says none, then follow the alerts all day long. Errors may come back as an example. And I don't get hung up on, ever getting into any one of these right at the penny. I'm always somebody who's going to click on the alert, check to see what I see on the chart. If I like what I see, then maybe I take the trade. Okay. If I don't like what I see, I don't care if it's some AI or a scan that I've got, I won't take the trade. And then there's a stop. Now, there's the SPY, guys. So remember, I put a price alert, thinking, well, maybe what if it takes all this out? Well, it's trying to. So the SPY's had a nice little recovery so far. Yeah. So the other thing to be aware of, these stops are. I'm not saying I don't agree with them, but they're always, especially the ones from the Holly Neo, they're always at the low of the day. Okay. Now, whether you think that's a good stop or not is that's up to you. But I can tell, for me, a lot of these would not be where I would put stops. But that's up to you. I mean, there's nothing wrong, I suppose, with having a stop at the low of the day, but that's up to you. If you have any sort of trading experience at all, you may get an alert from the AI, click on it, and then you'll check. I don't know what time frame you're using, but if you're using a 5-minute chart or a 15 or a 2 or whatever, you might size it up a little bit differently, saying, you know what, I think that is a support area. And so if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade and not use the low of the day. You can use the low of the day if you want. Okay. And you will not get an alert until at least 9:40. Okay. This, nothing happens in the pre-market. So tomorrow, what I would do is I would take this screen and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. So when you shut down Trade Ideas, you've got the simplest thing to do is file exit, and then it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout tomorrow? Well, when you reload Trade Ideas, is this a layout that you want? And more than likely, you'll just say yes. And then this window will load tomorrow before the market opens, assuming, well, it depends what time you open up Trade Ideas. But let's say you open it, even if it's at 9:30, this window will be blank. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. But I think the real deal about the AI is not to overcomplicate it. I know we have a channel, but there's a lot of information coming, especially if you're new, there's a lot of information coming at you. And I just think, simplify it. I don't even worry about all these numbers up here. Just, if you have any trading experience whatsoever, it's a good watch list, number one. Okay. And again, sometimes you get an alert and it doesn't work at the very beginning, like a lot of things, but it might set up later on. Nothing in the combo scan, Tim. Yeah. Nothing in the combo scan. Now, Shah, I see you've shortened. So I'm also sharing a lot of scans that you may want to look at. Again, I don't know what your trading experience is, but I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you go to my homepage, whoops, I hit the second one. Okay. So the second link that I put in there. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down to the center section, here are the scans that I'm sharing. So I don't know, again, I have no idea what sort of trader experience you've got, but these are the scans that I'm sharing. If you're looking for, the action in the pre-market act is up and down. This screen that you see here, if you're an intraday trader like myself, this is a screen that I would look at, definitely. The relative strength leaders from the close. I've abbreviated it. It's the same one, relative strength leaders. I've just abbreviated it. I've got 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns. Well, this would have been one of the all-time great shorts if we had had shorts. I don't know how many. I'm sure if you have Centerpoint or Cobra, maybe Trade Zero, there might have been shorts available, but certainly none at Interactive Brokers. You're funny, William. So William in our main room says if Swin breaks below 2, he'd be a buyer. Well, I mean, okay, so I unfortunately I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room saying I got in Swin this morning and losing big. Is there any turnaround for it from what you see? Well, I mean, it's again the question that we've always said: why did it do this? Probably I mean, the conjecture may have been that it will have something to do with Ethereum if there is an ETF for Ethereum, but I have no idea. So, is there any turnaround? And this is devastating on a daily basis, of course. I mean, that's a devastating candle. So, I mean, anything is possible, but did you have a stop? It sounds like you did not have a stop in place. Yeah, I mean, we've seen this act before, I mean, a few weeks ago. This is why we were looking at it yesterday because of, what happened early in March of this year when it got up to 72. But remember, it got up to 72 that week and it closed down here at 11. So this is almost as dramatic. So, I mean, could it pop again at some point? Sure, but my crystal ball does not tell me when or if, unfortunately. All right, now, guys, this actually has a little bit of room. PFIE has a little bit of room. 182 is the next high looking left if it can get through this, which is 155. So it's basically here at that high. What's the float? 36 million in the float. So not a high float, not a low float. See if there's any news on this one. So they announced yesterday or 2 days ago, they announced a $2 million share buyback program. So that kind of, got people excited a little bit, I guess. So this looks kind of ripe for a short, doesn't it? BORR. Yeah, there are actually a lot of shorts available for me, 3.4 million at Interactive Brokers. Look at all the topping tails. You know, buyers tried 3 successive times and the sellers kept knocking it down. Now, if Steve were here, he'd be looking at this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. You see how the price is resting right on it. If it takes this out and closes below it, that could give us a short opportunity. Now, the problem I would have, though, is how much, you know, how far could it run? So probably doesn't have far enough for me to run, you know, because if I look at this level here, only has about 15 cents. So that's probably not enough for me. But that's the theory, though, okay? You look at some topping tails, a series of them. Buyers finally give up for a while. And then there's a moving average that can be significant, that if it took it out. The VWAP is at 660. So, you know, it's just sort of, so I mean, this could hold it. I mean, that 10 SMA and the VWAP at 660 could hold it. And it actually is an earnings play too. It is an earnings play. So, I mean, it should be, even though the volume has really dwindled, and I'm talking about the BORR. Okay, so this one is now showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, okay? TITN is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. The low in the pre-market was 1946. If we have to back this out to see on a monthly chart, where actually the next low is on a monthly chart, man, we can't see anything. I'm going back to 2021. So it looks like we got a low back in 2021. So over 4 years ago, down here around 1847. So, you know, I guess there is some room for it to keep moving down if it wants to. And this is an earnings play today, TITN, Titan Machinery. It's a pretty good recovery in the SPY, guys. I mean, that it was that candle right there, the 1115. That was the maybe the concern. But that is a pretty nice recovery in the SPY. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now in our main room, I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over to YouTube if you want. Steve will be there in about 8 minutes or so. He'll take over for me for about an hour, 12 to 1 Eastern time. Okay, so there is the YouTube link in the main room. Now, you know I've been watching the edible, okay? EDBL, well, maybe you don't know, but I'm telling you, I'm watching the edible, EDBL. And, you know, I mean, if it can take out this 230, had a financing yesterday. And that's what caused the big drop. So the financing is, the idea of the financing is being absorbed now by the market. It was a nice move actually from 2 to 227. And it is a very low float. Okay. Crazy low float. I think when we went to that other website, I think it's about 3 million. I mean, we've got 500,000, but so it may not be 547,000 shares in the float, but it's still very low. I think it's about 3 or 4 million. Oh man, this hope you didn't invest. I hope you didn't have too much in that one, Chavan, because this is continuing to make another new low. Well, I mean, maybe there's some support right here in the weekly for Swin. It just got halted again on the way down. Little bit of room for this one, guys. FEAM. Now it's through the 200-day, 182 or so. It's the 200-day moving, 183 to be exact. So it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average, that blue line you see in my daily chart. 173 is the VWAP, so it's above the VWAP. And when you look left, it's got a little bit of room on the weekly chart to about 250. I mean, that's that on a percentage basis. If it ever got there, that would be awesome. Not saying it's going to, but what's the volume like? Yeah, 377. I mean, it's not great volume. The relative volume is good, 9 times normal. All right, guys. So Steve will be taking over for me in a bit. So what I want to do is just put my announcement in on a break. One p.m. Eastern time. So I'm still here. Obviously, Steve is not in the room yet. He usually gets in right around noon. So another 3 minutes or so. Is it really? So that's what I was talking about. I haven't seen any of the other AI plays, the little crazy ones. Wow. Okay. It's underneath $1 again. Wow. All these crazy little AI plays that went nuts about a year and a half ago. Really haven't seen them. Wasn't there one CXAI? Wasn't that another one? CXAI? Yeah. Not really being tugged along by by Nvidia, or everybody saying, AI obviously not dead, it's just getting going, but these little ones are just they're just not active at all. Not even in a speculative nature. Okay. Again, the edible, let's see if it holds up in this area, EDBL, around that 230 area. And maybe later on in the day, it pops through. I was waiting for it all day yesterday to do it, and it didn't do it. Well, this one is still moving, guys. Is TBBB. I don't think I'm almost sure I've not seen this one before. So yeah, I mean, the spread it's not fabulous, but it's not terrible for a stock that's moving like this. 10-cent spread right now, TBBB.
Hola.
Hola, hola. So just give me a moment, Steve. Okay, guys, didn't hear the ping actually.
Yeah,
So
you were
guys,
talking.
okay. Steve is in our YouTube room now, guys. So I will put myself on mute now in the main room. Okay, we'll see you guys back in about an hour, about 1 o'clock. And now I can welcome Steve Gomez into our YouTube room. For those of you who don't know, Steve is works, yes, at Trade Ideas, the originator of the trades of the week, and also aficionado of the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart.
Yes. Nice
Yes.
intro.
Nice.
And user number 3.
And yes, you're right. User number 3 of Trade Ideas.
You would have loved me this morning, or loved my trade this morning, I should say. The FFIE, I knew that was on the radar, and I saw this thing, just a little bit of green. I said, why not? So I grabbed some on the open right here. And then I just thought,
wow.
So many of these opening green bars, they just don't last long. So I bought and laddered out. It was the best trade I've made all day. So
yeah, well, I talked about it in the pre-market. I said, hey guys, this is starting to move a little bit. And yeah, I mean, of course, that was a crazy one earlier last week.
Right.
But
and I like it when it gives it three days of rest and pullback, and it tries again. And I just was selling in 20% increments, just kept putting limit orders out there, and they just kept running up and hitting it. It's a nice feeling. Oh, and by the way,
yes,
I got most of my SMR back from last week.
Good.
Most of it. I waited for the selling to abate about a day and a half, and then I loaded it back up for about a day and a half. I got most of it back.
So anyway. Yeah, of course. For those who don't know, Steve actually said a few bad words last week in his Thursday because of SMR. Some
I was caught live.
Yeah, caught live. Yeah.
By Iceberg. What an adorable name. Iceberg. Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Just the tip of.
Yes, exactly.
I've been watching EDBL, Steve. Okay. Keep an eye on this EDBL. I've talked about it a bit. Got hammered down yesterday because of a financing, and it's holding the financing price pretty nicely. I'm looking at maybe that 230 level, or 235 level. I think that's the high of yesterday. If it can kind of, it's very extended right now. I mean,
Michael and I talked about this on our podcast, and it's tough because the backdrop of that industry just kind of has me not excited. When I look at CGC, this is a horrible break of really good support, and Tilroy, kind of the same thing. And so different play. I get it, edibles down, and it might have a little day trade gap up. But just in the bigger picture, I wanted to convey that I don't really like this industry very much. I don't think there's a lot of margin and money to be made there.
It's not cannabis, though. You know that. It's not cannabis.
It's not? Oh.
No.
Okay, well, then what do I know?
I know just because it had edible. I'm pretty sure that's why you thought.
Crop farming. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I remember this one.
Organic food, lettuces, potted herbs, and maybe they do, I don't know, herbs. But technically,
I might have traded this one at one point. It was kind of a popular. Yeah, it was. It was a popular stock back here. It just hasn't really done anything. That's weird.
Right. Anyway, that's what I'm looking at, and I'm looking to see if it has a 235 break later, because obviously, the next high is up around 6, so it would have some room to move. But it may not be your cup of tea.
It's not going to be my cup of tea today. I can tell you that. But
okay.
It's one less thing for me to worry about getting iceberged.
Okay.
All
All right, I'll let you go. I'll try to show up at about 5 to 1.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Hello. Hello, everybody. I'm going to pay attention to the YouTube chat now. And if anybody has a support need, like if you were asked by myself or anybody from support to come in and get more visual assistance and more help here, then speak up, because you'll have priority. I'll talk about what I'm doing. I cleared the decks of about 80% of my longs yesterday, and I did so right here when the Fed minutes came out. We've had a really good run in the market, especially in the NASDAQ. We also had NVIDIA coming out after market. Felt really overbought, and so it felt good to clean out 80% of my holdings and just kind of clear the decks and go risk off for a little bit. In my other account, what I did do is I've noticed, this was my thought process. I'm looking at the NASDAQ. Oh my God, super strong. Don't try and short that. SPY, still pretty strong. Don't try and short that. The Russell 2000, however, can't get above its 10 SMA yesterday and was kind of holding lower. But I found the XLF to be kind of compelling yesterday. And so I shorted the XLF by ways of the FAZ ETF. This was yesterday. So after the Fed minutes came out, I added to it. I actually got kind of a bonus because the Fed minutes were a bit bearish. And so I've got a full load of this FAZ. And when you turn it upside down, when you turn it upside down on my XLF, it just really goes to show you why I love my 10 SMA. Now we're fighting it a little bit down here, but the 10 SMA on my 15-minute time frame tells me all I need to know about momentum, and if something is currently still in the same direction of momentum. It's telling me here it's starting to die a little bit, and that's okay. We might get a little midday slop. It's important to see how we close. But the point is I cleared the decks on a lot of longs, and in my other account, I went short financials by way of FAZ at 10. It's 10:01 is my entry point, and so I'm definitely in the money here. I'm just going to wait and kind of see what happens. I'm positioned. I'm in the money. It's kind of a lottery ticket when you go for these short sell ETFs. And if you get like a blast of bad news, then, well, you might want to be careful. Aware that, anything can happen at any moment. All right, let me get to the right page here. I'm fumbling around, so make sure there's no questions. All right, I don't really see any questions. So my holdings, I did buy some GDXJ. And I want to talk about this setup here on the daily chart. Yesterday, I made a video that went out to email and also some other platforms about using this scan right here. It's a pullback to the 10 SMA. Now, GDXJ wasn't necessarily on there. It might have been on there yesterday because it was at the 10 SMA, but it bled through today. That's the junior gold miners. GDX by itself is the mainstay gold miners. If I can type them. Okay, here we go. This is what I was keying off. I was watching the main gold miners came down. They blew through the 10, but they found the backstop at the 20. And right as they started to bounce, I decided to grab some GDXJ, the junior miners. It's like the small cap miners. Yes, Chris, this is correct. Yesterday's email on the pullback to the 10 SMA is interesting. What's your thought? Let's take a look. So I'm kind of talking about what I did yesterday. And I think I'm going to start, Chris, by saying, by no means does this scan or that email suggest that you pull up something like CCL and go, bam, I'm going to buy it right here. It's midday, it's 12:08. No, what I'm saying is keep an eye on these names and watch them at the close. What I want to see is they can test the moving average that it's scanning for during the midday, but that by no means is a signal to jump in and buy. It's a signal to kind of watch. And then by the end of the day, maybe you've got 5, 6, 7 names that you scribbled down and you're keeping an eye on. Maybe you put a price alert in to keep an eye on them. But at the end of the day, if you see 2 out of those 7 names that have a nice bottoming tail wick like GDX is trying to put in here at the 20. 10 minutes to the close, 5 minutes to the close, you start to see exactly what that closing candle is going to look at. So it's a process. Step one is to get the names from this scan. We'll talk about that in a minute, the BZ. And then step two is to identify the ones that look really good at the close. There's nothing wrong with nibbling 20% just to kind of get it on your screen and watch it. But by no means do you just pour into a full-size position because it's on here. Okay, so I did that in GDXJ. I'm long GDXJ, and I'm only long one other thing, which is a long-term position hold beat, doing well today. This is an investment. I believe in the product, and I believe that the demand market is going to be big in healthcare. Okay, so Chris, let's look at the email, and you bring up BZ. Now it is midday, and this is why we don't pile into it midday. So it's going to do one of two things, and I'm going to suggest it might blast right through and find the backstop of the 20 SMA like the GDX did. If that's being the case, let's go ahead and alert ourselves. So we just go, hey, just in case BZ wants to pull down here, I'm going to set a price alert. But midday, as we look at it, look, our momentum is throwing the price to lows, and it's throwing it to lows through that 10 SMA. So scenario one is it takes it all the way to the 20. Scenario two is that it bounces and recovers and pops back up and gives us a little wick resting right on the 10. If that were the case, 5 minutes to the close, that's a scenario where you could consider an entry for a swing trade. And that's really the crux of that email that Chris is talking about and this scan here. So I believe, Darga, you're talking about how to find these scans. So let's back up a moment. Here is a top list. We all should be familiar with the old top list. And what am I doing? How am I finding stocks that are moving upwards and trending, but pulling back into their 10 SMA? Nothing but filters. We can hide all the unused ones. Okay, so big one, change from the close. We got to be down at least 1% today. We got to be red today. This is a down day. It's a contrarian indicator. So at least negative 1%, maybe more. Got to have some volume behind it, 200,000. I'll skip that. Change 4%, 10 days. So in the last 10 days, we're up 4%. Ideally, we're in an uptrend. And this pullback, this down pullback, means that we're above the 10 SMA because as we pull down into it, we have this envelope, as I call it, the change from the 10 SMA daily, negative 0.25%, positive 0.25%. So what I've done here is I've created a 0.5% envelope straddling this 10-day simple moving average. Now, again, if you just joined, it doesn't mean that since there's a name on here, you pile into it. We're just watching, and I'll go through these names. I'll go through these names on the top list, actually, and I'll tell you which names I might be interested in watching for the close. BZ, definitely one of them. It's on the list. Carnival Cruise Lines. Oof, that's a pretty deep. I'm going to tell you why I don't like this one. It's traveling down below the 50-day moving average. Forget that one. We don't write that one down. Halo. Okay, this is very interesting. A lot of shakeout today. Could be just sideways action here and a beautiful bull flag at the end of the day. So I'm going to write down Halo. And I'm going to look at Halo at the end of the day. And what I want to see is maybe a little wick and a pop up and a close. Ideally, the longer the wick, the better the closing scenario. So Halo and BZ so far on this list are two names that we might want to watch at the end of the day. AES, kind of a funny wiki company, but still, nonetheless, it could pop right back up at the close and give us something. Morgan Stanley, as you saw, I'm not bullish on the financials. I'm just not interested in anything financial oriented. That's just me. JBI, what did I say earlier? Anything under the 50-day moving average, forget it. Matter of fact, I could probably refine this. Let's do that. Let's refine this scan to make sure we don't see those. 50 SMA. Darga, I'm going to give you this scan. I'm creating this scan from scratch. It's basically a top list. So I'll go ahead and drop the scan. I'm going to format it here with one more thing. Change from the 50, add filter. And all we're going to do is say 0.01. We got to be at least above the 50. And that is going to eradicate those two stocks that I didn't want. Now, I can share the code. Here comes the code. It's for anybody who wants this scan. This is what we're playing with right now. I copied it over and shared it in the top list format. What you have to do is take it to the next level, right click and go tree map. Now you have a more concise list of things that are red. And again, it's a contrarian indicator, SG. What's going on? Those and new names are going to pop in here throughout the day. So, so far we liked BZ and Halo. We'll keep an eye on those. So that's the idea behind it. If BZ closes on lows, then like I said, it's probably heading to that 20-day moving average, which is given a great example by the GDX ETF. Blows through the 10. That's why I named the 20. That's why I named this one the backstop. And there's nothing wrong with hitting the backstop and finding support again. Okay, what are the meme stocks doing? Nothing at all. AMC was trying something earlier, but I don't trust any of these things, quite honestly. Look at how AMC is trying to hold that 10 SMA. Isn't that interesting? It's trying, but I don't trust these things. How's my XLF short doing? It rolled back down into the downtrend. So that little fight was short-lived here at the 10 SMA, which tells me I'm still comfortable being short financials here throughout the day. SG, Steve Gomez. Yes, that's me, Leon. Please check IPW. So interesting. Couple things going on here. Just like that GameStop and that, if you heard me talk about FI on the open, very short-lived. Once they go parabolic like that, and then they come back down, they'll find a secondary bounce, but I don't trust that secondary bounce very much, even though I had a wonderful scalp, or I'll call it a scalp, took some ladders off here in FFIE this morning, and that's the best way in hindsight still to this moment that you could have played it. So since you asked about a similar looking stock, IPW, we had a parabolic move. We had 3 days of selling, and we've got kind of a bounce attempt here, but look at what's like right overhead. This is my 130, which means it's a 5-day moving average. So we've got the 20, right? We've got the 10, but I don't have the 5 on here. The 5 is superimposed onto my 15-minute chart. And for those that don't know, that is done simply by taking a simple moving average and giving yourself 130 periods. 130 15-minute candles divides perfectly into 5 days. Therefore, this is a 5-day moving average, and it's a cleaner way for me to visualize it on my 15-minute chart rather than clutter my daily chart. So that being said, I don't really trust much more of the bounce here, because once the stock does this and goes parabolic, I've kind of yet to see them turn around and go parabolic again. I'm more likely to see kind of what GameStop is doing. Let's go over there. Right. So we get parabolic. We get the pullback. We get an attempted bounce, and then it just starts to bleed. And I'm afraid that that's what IPW would do to me if I was long right here. So don't listen to me. If it clears this level, all bets are off. It's back in blue sky, but I'm concerned about that level right there, which is about 177. So what we're probably going to do is get a pinch between the 10 SMA and the 5 over the next 45 minutes. And then I let that pinch tell me what to do. If it breaks through, then you stay with it. If the pinch breaks down below this 10 SMA, then I bail. All right. I think we're caught up on the initial surge of questions. What's NVIDIA doing? Obviously, that's the market darling story today. Here comes my 10 SMA to force the issue. It's already up 10%. It hit 1,000. It's going to be splitting 10 for 1 soon. But what's the S&P doing? Not as much. Back to my XLF financial index, still heavy on the day. You'll see I like to do that a lot. I like to short just an index, a whole sector, but I'll do it using a levered ETF like FAS. So I'm getting a triple the movement in XLF. XLF is down 0.7, and my FAS trade is up 2.3. So a triple inverse. And I like to ride those for just a few days and then bail. Because if you stick around when the stock is not moving in either direction, it's kind of like an option. You start to get a decay and whatever they call that. Yeah, decay, expiration, erosion. All right. Well, I'm surprised nobody showed up for some additional help from our support chats or live chats or emails. If you have, and you're just waiting for your moment, no, it was your moment. Okay, let's see. In TI, is there a top list for 5-day leaders? So I'm going to assume that you mean like 5 days up in a row, 5 green days. Can we find a list of stocks that have been up 5 days in a row? Yeah. Time decay curve. Thank you. Theta. I don't speak Greek. Gamma. Okay. Top list. New 5-day percent leaders. Well, compared to what? I can't compare them to anything, but what I can tell you is I can show you stocks. If you give me a minimum of what they're up 5 days, what minimum do you want them to be up in 5 days? I guess we're coming off that parabolic conversation I had. So a 5-day move that was parabolic would be, geez, at least 50%, something like that. Is that what you're thinking? Search 5-day change in 5 days, percent, add filter, 50%. Let's see what we get. Okay, not a full list, but here we go. Things that are up big. Ooh, that looks interesting in the last 5 days. That's as simple as it was. If that's what you're looking for, Mr. Darga, we can qualify this a little better. Let's do so. And we'll do so by, I'd like to see average daily volume, quite honestly. Just for the last 5 days. Average daily volume last 5 days. Let's make that 350,000. At least something to work with. So all we've got here is stocks from 1 to 500, averaging 350,000 a day. But your change in 5 days is a 50% minimum. And with that, we get this list right here. And it looks like this list is color sorted based on change from the close. So we'll sort that. This position and range is kind of useless. I can't stand that thing. Get rid of that. Keep relative volume. That's probably good. Volume today. Let's change that. And we'll just leave that for now. So I assume would be what you're looking for. So as we go through these names, look at the 5-day changes. There's FFIE, still up 50% in the last 5 days, but that's what we're asking for. So it's as simple really as that. Anything that's been up at least 50% in 5 days, we can do that. Now, there's an interesting one. See, this one catches my eye, Mr. Darga, because it's gone up, and then blow off top there, that big blow off wick. This could be the beginning of a 3-day sell-off. So I'm going to give this scan as it sits to whoever wants it in the chat. There you go. Okay, how to save a new scan. There's 2 ways to do it. The best way to do it is once you've got the scan up and where you want it on your layout, the best way to do it always is File, Save Layout. Okay, save layout, default layout, that locks it in for you. Also, not a bad idea to make a working copy. You just save to cloud. Save. Now you've got a working copy in the cloud if you ever need to go catch it. All right, that's the best way to save a new scan. Closing that and moving on. NVAX. Oh, we're going to play bird flu now with NVAX? Possibly. Might be that. I tell you, just keep an eye on that. That might be a new topic of excitement. Vaccine plays again. So what do we have here? We have a grinding. I call the train is leaving the station. It's like it never gives you a pullback to buy. It just keeps trying to sneak higher and break away. So on scans like these, you see how it never comes close to the 10 SMA. That's when the 5 SMA starts to come into play. Oh, well, you look at that. The first place, there's nothing to be gathered here on the daily chart. That's like airspace in there, right? But this is why I use my 5-day on the intraday 15-minute chart. Look at that. There was your touch right there. That's where the buyers defended this NVAX. And again, I'm thinking out loud, maybe this is a bird flu play and there's a major buyer in there and this is the level they want to defend. So as long as NVAX stays above this level at which is being defended, then you can trust it. But the minute it loses this 5-day average, that buyer is gone. Is there any way to just click the button and all the TI windows auto adjust to my monitor? Well, a couple things. You can always minimize. You can always minimize your program right here on the toolbar, and then you look for it. Where's the toolbar? There it is. Okay. Wherever screen your toolbar is on, and just you can double check in tools and options. On tools and options, see how it says open relative to main window? Well, the main window is whatever window I've saved the layout with the toolbar on. So if you're doing something like, you've got your toolbar over here and then it opens up and all the windows come over here, you want to go through that options, tools and options, and make sure that you have that checked right there, open relative to main window. And then when you do a file load from cloud, file save, and you save it as your default, that should keep everything on one monitor for you, and you can continue to just minimize, touch the toolbar, and restore. So those are some of the vaccine plays, huh? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Bird flu. mRNA, interesting. Okay, hello, Fred. Mr. Fred, is there a way to scan for 2 large engulfing candles? I can do 1, but I can't do 2, and we can't do them midday either, I don't think. Let me go, you know what, let me hold that thought, because the Market Explorer might have some engulfing candles, coded in there. Select strategy, pattern recognition, candlestick pattern. Inside bar, Bollinger Band, composites. I'm not seeing them in the Market Explorer. And even then, if we did, I don't think we're going to have a scan for a double. The closest I can get you is a single day for engulfing. Let's see if I've got it to bring it up in the cloud. It's called daily. Daily bullish candlestick patterns. Okay, so this is a multi-strategy window. We've got to turn on. Okay, good. It's not there, so I'm going to show you how we find it. We've got a doji, we've got a hammer, bottoming tail, new strategy. We're going to configure a new strategy. And under symbol lists, we've got some pre-configured things under daily. Bullish engulfing. Check. So this scan is going to look for bullish engulfing on the daily. Hold on. I need a new high. That's my signal. Okay, so I'm going to turn the other ones off here for the moment, and we'll make these green-ish. So these would be the types of, and again, these are all going to be daily, and they're going to be the day prior. So, you know, if you were looking for something intraday, and I think you're looking for something like you said in the cues on the 15 minutes, we just don't have the ability to recognize, Mr. Fred, you know, intraday engulfing or those types of candles as they relate to the candle prior to it, etc. But daily we can do it. So if somebody was looking for daily bullish engulfings, you know, we can find things. That was an engulfing candle yesterday, etc. So I might have gone off on a tangent there, creating a daily list, but we don't have the ability to do that intraday on a 15-minute. I'm sorry. XLF still under pressure. I have a day that SMR got me last time. Oh, there's an example of a pinch, guys. There's the 10 SMA leading the price down. The 5 SMA is trying to hold it, and then it's just saying, I give up. I'm being squeezed to the downside of this corner. And this is a great way to use as a signal candle. You know, do I stay in or do I get out? I don't like to see that. So if I'm on the fence as to what to do with a position, when I see a pinch play resolve itself like that, it usually kind of tells me what to do. There's so many things I'd like to buy and trust, but I just can't. Like this BBAI, I'd like to get into an AI stock, but Other than sound, maybe sound's been doing pretty good. No, even sound is under pressure now. That one's under pressure. CXAI is under pressure. IONQ is under pressure. They're all under their 50-day moving average, and that just means take them off your list. I'm not interested in going long. If you're going long something under a declining 50-day moving average, you're instantly buying into the headwinds, and you're saying, I'm a hoper. I hope that I can beat the odds here. And that usually doesn't work out. All right, it looks like we're caught up on questions, and I'm not being ransacked this week by the iceberg newsletters. I've only got 2 positions. BEAT. It's encouraging to me that this move, we gave back 2 days of light volume, and now we're pushing again. We're holding this. Again, this is a real trade for me, so I'm holding this 5-day average. Perfect there, good there. And I got some space in here, so I'm probably going to have to, tolerate a little bit of wiggle room perhaps. But I like the fact that this is 3 times relative volume today. That's good. Other than that, I'm not long anything. I've got risk off the table. Yeah, tailwinds are going to be stocks like Beat here that are above their moving averages, and they're turning up, and they're basically being bought on the pullbacks, as opposed to something that you're like, yeah, this thing's ready to break its downtrend. Nope. FFIE just didn't go anywhere today either. I played that as well as I could. I think I sure did. And it's taken me so long to learn that these opening drives, they last very short, and I don't take profits when I should. So today I just said, I'm going to try something different. Laddered out of it all the way up there, 40. All right, I think I am caught up on questions. Again, we were talking about likelihood of BRCX. Was that also vaccine companies? Are they still around? No, I guess not. BCRX. But yeah, I'm surprised mRNA is doing as well as it is, considering the bad news it's had lately. Wow. I guess the shorts are getting blasted. Maybe not. These Bitcoin miners were so short-lived. Boy, they had a good day here, and then I tried to carry them through to the next day. I had Riot and Cypher, and they just died. I had to take minimal profits. Look at that big wick yesterday in Cypher. I should have got out a lot earlier, but I didn't. I got out down here. And then Riot. So point being, nothing lasts for longer than a day and a half, it seems like. Very hard to get momentum to travel in the same direction for a prolonged period of time. So that scan that we talked about earlier is constantly changing here, getting different names as they pop in. That one's kind of interesting, DOCN. I would say I kind of like that because it's flirting with this 10 SMA on a consolidation pattern. All it has to do is pop up at the end of the day. I'm gonna put an alert in this one. So I'm gonna say anything above 38, I might be interested. So there's the 1-2 punch. See that blue line on my daily chart now? If it pops back up here with a wonderful bottoming tail, I might be interested in this stock. Got earnings behind us. Cloud infrastructure, I kind of like that. It's kind of AI, even though the AI stocks aren't doing that well. But this one's big move, and then a consolidation just nestling in above its moving averages there. Little test here midday, and the test shows up on my scan. And so that's why we got to say, oh, let's keep an eye on this guy, which I'm doing so now. I will not miss it if it moves above 38, and I might just play it. So that is a real-time example of the email and the video I made yesterday. Which, by the way, there were two examples on those, and both of them I think blew through their 10 SMA, and they're finding a hold at the 20. So Baba was one of them, and you could see there was no reason to take Baba home yesterday, even though it showed up on that scan when I made the recording. Blew through and closed on lows. No, thank you. But the backstop of the 20-day SMA becomes interesting. What was the other one? DHT. Yeah. Oh, look at that. So the backstop on DHT actually came into play. However, a little tricky on this one, right? You might have even wanted to take that one home yesterday because of the way it closed. And then it snuck down and tested the 20. So I would submit that when you see something like it's resting on the and sitting on the fence there with its legs dangling on the 10 SMA, don't pile into full size. Take a half size position. It's a starter position. And if it starts to go for you the following day, then you can buy support. But on the off chance it doesn't work and it bounces down, well, you can have the wherewithal to maybe, add your second half at the backstop and try and establish kind of an average position. So hopefully that makes sense on those. Those were the two examples given in the video yesterday. Somebody was asking about DJT. I was playing DJT a lot up and down, but once that, what do they call it? I didn't even see an earnings date. It was just kind of snuck out overnight where they talked about their numbers, and they weren't very good. Headline was bad, and so it's a bad headline. It's trying to hold its 50-day, but if it gives that up, then just take it off the radar. But if it holds that and can find a way to bust through here, well, then regardless of what the headline said, the chart might be back in play. We'll see. Interestingly enough, I do own some of this in another account, Donald, the DJTWW, which is the warrants. And they're holding up a little better. Look at how the 5-day moving average put a lid on today's upward action. That's why I use this. Support, support, support broken. Support broken becomes resistance. It's as simple as that. If anybody wants this chart, I'm going to give it to you right now. I highly recommend it. It's very simple. That's the cloud code for my chart 15-minute. Just two simple indicators. Sometimes they'll create a pinch play. Sometimes they'll just show you levels of interest and where you could expect selling to come in or support to come in. My other position is GDXJ. So on the daily, it's trying to hold, and on the intraday, it's flipped, right? We got 5 candles now above this declining 10 SMA, which eventually what it'll start to do is you can see the curve or the slope will start to turn and kind of cup and hold. I want to see that little cup hold and give me confirmation into the close that we might get a nice reversal. Oh, Faz, that's me. Okay, so XLF is going to lows. AGRI. I do see volume coming in. Look at that. Tons of volume rushing into AGRI. AgriForce. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, didn't we? No, we talked about another one. We talked about EDBL. Okay. AGRI. Huge volume. Did they get news or something? I don't know if our news is going to catch it up. It's definitely been in play. And currently, look at how support was found at the 5-day moving average as I was just done touting it. What do we got? We've got a 4-cent move so far. It's a big percentage move. You know, it's all over the place. I think if you played that, you just got to consider that where it found support here at, call it 13 cents, has to hold. It's pulling back, pulling back. Sometimes people might put a bid in there like at 15 and a half to try and get in on a bid rather than chase the offer and lose some juice. But there's definitely action coming into it. Interesting. So that kind of stuff is interesting to me. Anybody out there watch Clarkson's Farm on Prime? I love that stuff. And at the same time, I love how he's showing the government is just not being friendly to farmers right now. Jeremy Clarkson, the guy from Top Gear Grand Tour, UK. Another chart doing what I was looking at, like that. I can't remember which one it was. Yeah, it was when I put an alert on DOCN. This ACVA is what it could look like at the end of the day. See that tight range, and then boop, pop back up. Not a bad looking chart either. I might put an alert there at 19. Tries to break out, maybe even sooner. I don't know. I just don't trust the market right now. The Nasdaq's the only thing holding us up, and it's S&P can barely hang in there, especially the small cap names. If I'm focused on small cap, well, IWM is negative on the day. And just forget about financials, which I'm short. So I'm not really in a buying mood, is what I'm trying to say, for a swing trade. It's probably going to go to lows here as we speak. The XLF probably has a date with the backstop, right? Same scenario. Broke the 10 SMA, and the 20 SMA is probably in play here on XLF. We'll see. Anybody have any need for assistance? I got to leave soon. So if you need trade ideas support on something that you've been waiting for, now is your time to speak up. Okay, now they're running stops on the lows here in the XLF. Likely bringing the spiders down is with it. SPY testing the 5-day moving average. NASDAQ way above, but breaking its momentum intraday. So there's your hierarchy. XLF is the weakest. Russell 2000 small caps weak. S&P 500 less weak, but rolling over, testing, and then NASDAQ's strongest. I think Michael was talking about the Dow. Let's look at the Dow, DIA. Look at the lowly Dow, also on lows. Could barely even make a high. Looks a lot like my XLF. We can do another lesson here real quick on something. I usually don't use RSI, but when I see a big, big picture like this, I say, you know what? I want to see if there's any divergence in this chart. And there is. We've got a higher high, not by much, but we have a lower high in the RSI peak. You see that? That's what we call divergence. So if I put up DIA, I wonder if I'm seeing divergence there also. No, not as bad. XLF has more divergence. Interesting. Okay, NVD, what do we got here? Let me turn this off. I can't stand the RSI when I don't need it. What do we got? So this is short. You know, I don't know how to play NVIDIA, either long or short right now. Yeah, the momentum is on your side, but how much more do you want to squeeze out of it? You very well could get a reversal midday. As long as it stays on the low side of that 10 SMA, you could play it, unless you're talking about a reversal. Oh, goodbye. You did say that. Goodbye. Okay, let's scrap everything I just said. I would wait until you get a closing 15-minute green candle above that line before you jump in and buy NVD. That would be my signal. Gotcha. Yeah, I caught up to you. Got a bit of a delay here, Jasmine. So buying it now is a guess. It could go down to 10 cents and then pop back up. This is my 10 SMA using a 15-minute chart, 10 simple moving average. Tells me where the momentum is finally losing steam. So right now the momentum is to the downside. So just like I would use a first closing candle above to cover my short, I would use the first closing candle above to establish a reversal. Got it. Either one, 9 EMA, 10 A, you know what? They're close enough. Either one works. There's no one that's better than the other, in my opinion. It's whatever works best for you. Yes, and the other ones, those other inverse, the TQQs, I've played those before. I've played the SQQs. I like Jasmine. I'll tell you what, I like 15-minute better because I'm a swing trader. I find that 5-minute gives me too much noise and information. I want to pull back as a swing trader and let the noise just happen. And when I use a 15-minute chart with those indicators, I seem to get the best results, especially the 15-minute line here. This is 130 SMA, and that means it's a 5-day moving average. So rather than having my 5-day moving average on the daily, I've got my 5-day moving average on the 15, and it comes very handy. Comes in very handy for me. When something has really good earnings or really bad earnings, the shorts are having to work themselves out, and the longs are just, you know, it might take more than a day before you even get a reversal. It might take a day or two before you get a reversal. Even if you do get a small reversal, it might be short-lived and it just might stay in a range. But it seems like any type of surprise to the good side or the downside after earnings, you're not going to turn on a dime that same day. It's going to take a few days to hash out before it starts to think about making a reversal. That's just my experience. It could hit 1100 by the next day or two. I don't know if it's going to do it today. All right, my GDXJ is faltering a little bit. I was trying to get it to hold that little pocket, but it doesn't want to. Might be the market is not helping. Beat wants to go back to highs. That's a good sign. Yeah, these S&Ps are probably not helping mining stocks. Barry, I didn't cuss.
I know. I have you on. I recorded you just to make
You
sure.
have me in all the rooms. You have me blasting in all 4 rooms.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So I heard all your comments. Well, I heard the last 10 minutes anyway, 10 to 15 minutes, and that pinch play that you talk about. So that is using the 130 on the 5, right?
130 on a 15-minute chart.
On the 15-minute chart. Sorry.
Yeah,
So 130.
yeah.
Okay.
And then a 10-minute. I'm sorry. Then a 10 SMA. So
on
I
the
just
15.
find that the price starts to get corralled and channeled into a corner, and then it just literally shows its true colors when it starts to break out and close on either side of that pinch.
So when you look at BCAT as an example, BCAT, okay, and I see that it hugged the 10 SMA, and then now it's broken way above it, but I see that it hugged the 10 SMA for quite a while.
Yeah.
And so where would you, if you had to trade that one, where would you have taken the trade? Was it at 12.15 where it touched it and then it shot?
Love it
up,
right there. Love it right.
Yeah.
Love it right there, and love it right there.
Okay.
Those two sideways consolidation into the average is even more desirable than a pullback to me.
Okay.
Because the consolidation over time just tells me there's more pent-up demand boiling in the surface, and that line comes up and just forces the action. Usually in the first half of the day, I find that towards the second half of the day, that doesn't work as well. So
okay, cool. All right, Steve, I know you got to get going, so thanks for spelling me, and we'll see you next week.
all right, thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye. Guys, give me one moment. So I'm back in both rooms. Give me one moment as I get rid of the announcement. And where's my music? There you are. Okay. All right. Is there any scan? So I'm talking to Abhishek in our YouTube room. Is there any scan which can find the? Okay, I don't know what you mean. The hugs, the HUGGES. I'm sure it's a typo, but on the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So what are you talking? So what do you really mean? Talking to Abhishek in our YouTube room. Find that. Just not sure. I know it's a typo, but I'm trying to figure out what you might have meant. The HUGGES. Hugging. Okay, hugging. Well, I know Steve talked about, the jamming down into it, but if you're talking about something that's riding it like this, not that I'm aware of. Well, okay, that's not exactly true. Yeah, it might require a custom formula, but he talks about the jam. I know he gave you that scan. No, the sloping up. No, nothing is going to show that. I mean, on that jam down to the 10 SMA, excuse me, it may already be showing it sloping, or it may not be. Of course, we don't know. And I know he must have given you that one, the jam down to the 10 SMA. I think he uses that mainly. Okay. It's once he's in the trade, he's going to be following this. I'm sure he must have said he's going to be following this. So let's just say he got into a short on ramp right up here, 36.96. It closed, closed down below. 36.96. So he's still in it, still in it, still in it, still in it, still in it. And within reason, I think what he would be saying is that he wouldn't get out of the trade unless that 10 SMA was broken. In other words, the stock closed above it. Speaking of ramp, this is an earnings play. RAMP is an earnings play. Boy, it's got still room to come down. I mean, look at the room. 33.45 or so is the 200-day moving average. So it still has over $1 to that. So this is an earnings play. And, I mean, it's still positive. It's still positive, but it has given it up. It's still up 7%, 7.7%, but falling all day. So now the market is, a little bit choppy here. So we had that big downturn, another downturn here. We had an hour of up, then kind of sideways, and now we're getting another red candle. So a little bit of chop. And is there any, I don't think there are any bond auctions or anything like that at 1 o'clock. Well, we'd know because it's 1 o'clock now. Yeah, so there's nothing that I can see now. 3 o'clock, there's Bostic is talking. I'll be gone by then. So all times Eastern, of course. Disney looks short. Okay, well, I'm sure a lot of things look short. So let's take a look at Disney. Disney had earnings here, right? Yeah, so not good. All right, so GSK jury says Zantac doesn't cause cancer. Oh, doesn't cause cancer. Doesn't cause cancer. Okay. So obviously good news, but sold off. Well, not that much. So looks worse than it is. I mean, this is up at 45.68, 45.35. So it's not like a multi-dollar sell-off. But now it's a sell-off. So, wow. So on that initial news, a jury saying, not a jury, yeah, a jury saying the first trial did not cause cancer. So it popped on that news, but then it sold off. It got all the way back down to 45. So it's really chopping around right now. What are tips? I don't know what tips are. Must be something in your country. Treasury, I don't know, Treasury something or others. I don't know. Well, I got the treasury right. Okay. Pretty impressive by NVIDIA, guys. Has not, as Steve would say, look at it, hugging the 10 SMA, hugging that 10 SMA all the way up. Hold it to the upside, really? Man, oh man, how devastating. SWIN. Well, that's the most minor halt. Well, I guess it's hard to see, but I guess it was at 347 or 340, got up to 4 pretty quickly, I guess. So that is the reason for the halt. Wow. It's so, I mean, again, if you weren't in the room yesterday, I was commenting on this action right here. I mean, it was doing nothing. I kept thinking, has it been bought out? I mean, look how active it usually is, okay? And then look at this. I mean, it did nothing from 9:45 until 3:15. 9:45 to 3:15, it flatlined right across. Then had a little bit of action at 3:30, some at 3:45, and then the massive action right at 4 o'clock after hours. And then it popped right back up again. Jeez. Yeah. Well, at some point in time, I'm sure at some point in time it'll probably do something crazy, but I don't think anytime soon. My opinion. I mean, it did. This was back in March, the last time it went crazy, and then it came all the way back down. So I mean, anything is possible. This reminds me of the HKD to a certain extent. I mean, it's a I guess we'll call it a fintech. Another China. Actually, what? No, this is not France. HKD is not France. Really? Did they relocate or something? I thought this was a China stock, HKD. Did they both relocate to France? I could have sworn that this was a Hong Kong stock when we saw it when it was doing all the crazy things. HKD when it got up to $2,500. Good point, but I'm almost 100% sure this was a Hong Kong stock. When it got up to, yeah, believe it or not, you got up to $2,500 this month. This is back in, seems longer ago, but August of 2022. I think they just did some. Maybe they escaped in the middle of the night and relocated in France, set up, because I'm sure this was a Hong Kong stock. Just like, yeah, and just like you're saying, HKD. The HK probably standing for Hong Kong. But I'll let our crack team of researchers do that. Well, it was absurd what it did. I mean, to get up to $2,500, it was absurd. Anyway, the SWIN. I mean, sure, it may come back at some point, but this is a pretty devastating 1 day candle. I don't know if this happened on 1 day. You know, when it got up, I'd have to look at a daily chart. Could I go back far enough? Let's see. See, not quite. Okay, this got up to 72 and it closed at 20. So it didn't quite close down in this area. Whereas this is 1 day. 1 day. All right, guys, CYTK may be ready for a short here. I mean, it's at that 10 SMA. Will that 10 SMA hold it? 49.24 is the VWAP, so it has a little bit of room down to the VWAP, which may be a bit of a magnet. Yeah, very, very similar to MNDR. Just not quite. I mean, the other one was up at 40, but still, you're right. Absolutely. No, they're still based in Singapore. Okay, they haven't fled. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some thumbnail charts, not seeing anything that I love. I'm sort of interested in the CYTK as a short. I know that was an early one from our AI even, Now it didn't work. I mean, it popped up. Okay, guys, I'm just, again, internal discussions that keep me interested, internal discussions that trade ideas. I just kind of follow when things get a little bit slow. And here are a couple of the ways in which you can trade NVIDIA without actually trading the stock itself, NVDL, and you'll get on good days, you'll get double what the move is. So when you look at NVDL at 22.5%, that means that NVIDIA is up about 11.25%. And there we go, 11.3%. So yeah, so this gives you a bigger bang for the buck. And there's a lot of, yeah, I mean, there's a ton of volume. I mean, 25 million here, and which is the better one? Yeah, so NVDL to me would be the better one if you're going to do it, because look at the volume, 25 million, so very, very liquid. Okay, now this one I think has some promise. Okay, BCG, it has some promise. It's just been kind of chopping around this area. And if it gets, what are we now, 669? I'm going to stick an alert around just over $7. Okay. And I want to see, first of all, number one, if it gets there, and if it does so on volume. Okay. And has one of those late day runs that we used to get quite a bit. Haven't seen too many in the last little while. You know, with these ones that were really super active in the first couple of hours, and then they settle down. I'm not saying this has settled down a lot, but if it gets over 7 with some volume, that could be enough to propel it to get near the high of the day and beyond. And then when you guys want to change your hats and want to short NVIDIA, you could buy this. Look at how it's hugging that 10 SMA on the way down. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage for the last time today. First, I'll put in the promo code that you can use. Now, this gets you 28% off an annual subscription, okay? An annual subscription. Now, who was it? Was it Captain? Who was it that talked about, I don't think it was Captain Paris. It might have been talking about a potential short for DKNG if it got down to this level, which is the low of that. Okay, just a minute. Give me a moment, guys. So clicking on that link, the Memorial Day promo, excuse me, 28% off annual. Okay, it's only good for an annual subscription. And then on my homepage, it's still the 15% off for a monthly. I wonder if he's changed that. Ah, cool. Okay, so he's got so on my homepage now are the two promos. So you want 15% off the first. Yeah, so obviously that's not for the year. Okay, 15% off the first month only. If you want, obviously you would use this one. If you do want to take out an annual subscription, there's the promo code you can use, annual 28. Okay. And as always, if you take out a subscription, please use the code. That'll really help to keep this room free. Use my code, the codes you find on my homepage. That'll really help to keep the room free, because the room gets credit for every subscription that uses these codes from my homepage. And as always, you must do the Get Started 10 short videos. That'll get you started. First one is the download and install your first startup and login. I would go all the way down here. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. Toolbar and right click magic. Absolutely. You know, you should know what these, what you're seeing up here. What are they? What does it all mean? And if you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. I think this is a great series of videos or a video series that if you're brand new to trading, and it's all free, I think it's well worth it to take a look. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week. Well, if you were in our YouTube room on between 12 and 1 while I was on my break, you know that Steve Gomez is the originator of the trades of the week. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section here, and then click here. Here are the current scans that I'm sharing. Okay. I don't have them all up and running. Somebody asked me earlier about the bouncers, toppers. I have a lot of scans here that I've just, created over the years. I have way more than that I've created over the 14 years, but I thought I would put some of them in here. Some of them I have open. Some of them I don't have open right now. So for instance, the bouncers, toppers, I don't have open right now. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means, I've got to pick and choose. I don't want to have so many open that, I get overwhelmed by all the alerts I'm getting. But the two that you can see, there's the halts resumes, and then the relative strength leaders right here. Yeah, William, I saw that you have to take your pup to the vet. Hope nothing's going on there, but to the vet. But we'll be back before 3, I guess. Ah, dental. Okay. Yeah, we're kind of suffering with our with Chloe. What happened was 2 weeks ago she dislocated her hip, and so she's too old for an operation. So it's pretty tough to see her. Probably tougher on us than on her. Axe. Okay, no, Axe is on the way down here. This is not an earnings play. Just seeing it now. I'm seeing it now because it's now taking out the low of the day. Okay, this is a abnormal option activity from the abnormal option activity scan. Okay, and seeing it now for the first time because at the beginning of the day the filters weren't met. I did not, Christine. I'm not a big fan of sort of dolling the poodles up like that. I don't like that. So we don't do that with Chloe. Well, here's another one, guys. UVV is getting hit. This is an earnings play also. UVV is an earnings play. Boy, this one is so interesting. This BCG, guys. I mean, if it can get through 7 on some volume, and I see that Swin was just halted again. On the way up. Well, hey, there's always a trade somewhere, guys. So, I mean, this has come off the bottom here. All right. Well, BCG looked like it wants to maybe move here, guys. That's some volume coming in. Volume is starting to come in. Will it have a shot at that 755? You see, this is the type of trade that for people who missed it, or I'm not talking about people in this room, I'm just talking in general. For people who missed this early, and this is what I'm talking about, something that, has just tremendous amount of action in the first couple of hours and then just kind of does nothing for a while. And then later on in the afternoon, it can, go a little bit crazy again. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Yeah, just look at the chart. Just look at the 15-minute chart. Okay, you see that volume? If you can see my 15-minute chart, you can see how, the volume is starting to increase a bit. Look at the previous 15-minute candle. I mean, it's not like the, beginning of the day, but the volume is increasing. And now this candle has just closed. Can I bring up? Yes. So SWIN. Yeah. So I mean, this could go a little crazy. Oh, wait a minute. No, when I saw this, I thought it's at 7. So anyway, this is what it is. See, yeah, I'm sure I saw 7. Now it's 598. And as always, have to explain, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Time and sales, there's the halt price, potential of where it could open. All right, guys, BCG on the move here. You're in the halt? Okay, well, so far so good. Okay, now if the 5-minute halt, it'll open at 132 plus 56 seconds. So what time is it now? So in about 50 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt, I'll keep this up and let's see how this changes. I'll be pulling for you, Daniel. All right, 56. So 10 seconds from now, if it's a 5-minute halt, okay? If, it doesn't have to be a 5-minute halt, of course, but 3, 2, 1. All right, guy. Well, you're okay then. Now I would I wouldn't hang around. Well, look, you do what you have to do, but it was certainly over the halt price. Yeah, the only problem with what Amber is saying is that this can be so whippy that you might have a stop. But listen, I mean, it's working wonderfully now for you. Obviously, you might have a stop, but it can blow right through your stop if you're not careful. And there's really no way you can't control it. It looks like it is. Yeah. So, I mean, now closing over, if it closes over that 10 SMA that Steve loves, this could really get rocking. Look at NVIDIA. Oh, Daniel. Yes, it opened. I hope you were watching. You were in it. You better have been watching. Maybe you don't have, maybe you have me on mute. Yeah. So I listen. I hope you're careful on this because I mean this on the Swin. You know, yeah, William, you may be right about the Nvidia. I mean, it is just what a. I mean, it has hugged that. Not necessarily hugged it, but I mean that 10 SMA. It has never breached it. Still a disconnect. You know, the Dow is. I mean, the revenue stocks, or excuse me, the value stocks. The value stocks are getting whacked, whereas because of Nvidia, Nas is still up. But the value stocks, as they're called, are getting whacked. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Well, this TITN took a while, but it is now starting to move down, guys. Showed up at 1150. Wow, that's a nice move. It showed up at 1150 right here on the breakdown, 1972. So it's almost $1 now from that. You can see there was the candle in which it happened. So that's a nice. That's an earnings play, TITN earnings play. Speaking of IPOs, that IPO opened. I think it's above. I think it was 17, right? Yeah. So that IPO did open. BOW did open, and it was. 7.5 million shares at 17. So not a lot in the float. It's over the IPO price. Okay. So there is some little bit of enthusiasm for it. I actually have a price alert at the high of the day. See if it takes it out later. Yes. So there it is. There's your time in sales for SWIN. Halted at 646. No big clue as to where it's going to open. I mean, it's right around the halt price. So 145 plus 31 seconds. So it just got halted. So another 4 minutes or so, if it's a 5-minute halt. All right, here's another earnings play, guys. Monroe Auto Parts, right? So Monroe, MNRO, pre-market low was way down here, about $1.50 away. All right. Well, I'm kind of liking it because it's below the whole number. Okay. Below that 10 SMA. Hopefully it's not near the VWAP. 2420, way, way far from the VWAP. And some volume, a little bit of volume coming in. Trading abnormally, 12.9 times normal. Earnings play. Market dropping. What could go wrong? Come on. Whoa. And now look, that's maybe the biggest red bar. Maybe the biggest red bar. I think that was a big one. I think it might be the biggest red bar of the day so far, as long as that holds. Yeah, it took a while, but it definitely, yeah, it's over $1 now. Well, it's about $1 now on that move. Over $1 now on that move. All right, guys, I am going to put myself on mute for a bit. What time is it now? 1:46. I should be back at about, well, I'm not going anywhere. I just have a few things I want to do. Say 1:55. I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question. Otherwise, I've just got a few things I want to do. So again, if you have a question, don't be shy. You can ask. Okay, guys, I'm back. I have a question, so I'll get rid of that announcement. That's a simple one, Peter. I'll definitely be able to help you. Just give me one moment. So Peter in our YouTube room asked, first of all, welcome to the program. You're new to Trade Ideas. You created your first alert. How do I stop the same stock ticker from popping up every 2 seconds? So let me bring up an alert window. So if you right click on your alert window, all right, right click on the alert window, scroll down to properties. When you scroll down to properties, this box should pop up. Okay. And then you see where it says first of all, I have to make sure you can hear me and you see what I'm doing before I continue. Okay. So just give me a couple of yeses that you can hear me and see what I'm doing. Okay. So you see where it says don't repeat? Click on don't repeat and check don't repeat. Now you've got your options. Okay. If this is a little drop down menu. So you can say don't repeat for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for the day. I actually pick for the day in most of my don't repeats. It's grayed out for you. That's because for some, you're new. So somehow, if you right click on your alert window, okay, and go to properties again, and click on and see where it says view mode, you must have group and sort by checked for some reason. Instead of newest, see where it says newest? That's the default. So if you're new, I'm not sure why you would have group and sort by checked. But if you have that checked, newest first checked, well, you should check that, okay? When you do that, then you'll be able to use that drop down. So if you check that newest first because I think it says group and you see you've got group and sort by. Okay, so you want to have newest first checked. Once you do that, then, oops, I cleared everything. Then when you go to properties and go to don't repeat, it will not be grayed out. Okay? And then you've got your choice. So for instance, I pick for a day in a lot of them, and I'll show you why I do it. You don't have to do the same thing. So first of all, Peter, did that work? Want to make sure that worked for you? Still gray. Are you getting any alerts from anything? I want to make sure you've signed up correctly. Sometimes people forget to do their exchange agreements. Do you have a green ball? Do you have a green ball in your toolbar? If you can see where I'm pointed. Yeah, but you have to be able to. That should not be gray. I can't think of another reason why it would be gray, except for the view mode. You're 100%. It says newest first now. You've checked that 100%. Just got to make sure because then I really don't know because you see if I click on the group by, I'll just do that. And now when I go to properties, see how the don't repeat is grayed out. I guess that is, yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe you're, I forgot to ask that. So make sure you're doing in real time. So history, make sure real time. Thank you, Pepe. Make sure real time is checked. Ah, that was it. So it actually probably wasn't the other thing. I always forget. I always forget because if you're new, the default is real time. So I'm just always assuming that you're in real time. But you can do a history of today. Yeah, so you can do a history to see all the alerts. You can pick a time frame and all that. So make sure now it should work. Ah, okay, that's why. Okay. I should have thought of that. Thank you, Pepe, as always. Now let me get back to my correct view mode. Now you may be interested. I am sharing a lot of my scans, Peter. So if you click on my homepage link, you will be brought to this page. And if you scroll down to the middle section, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? Including the relative strength leaders is right here. This halts resumes is over here. But I am sharing a lot of other scans that you might want to take a look at. Hopefully, I've named them so they kind of make sense. Well, what could go wrong? It went wrong. I got stopped out of my Monroe. I said, what could go wrong? Well, I got stopped out. The market was working for me, but for whatever reason, it decided not to go along with the market. Just click on my homepage link, okay? Don't be sorry. Just click. You see where I put my homepage link just above, right here? If you can see what I'm doing, just click on that link. And then you'll be brought to this. Here's my homepage. Just scroll down a bit. Center section are my scans. Okay. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. And do you know how to load a scan? So it will show up on your monitor. Okay, cool. And don't forget to save. If you create your own scan or you have one of mine that you might like, save everything to the cloud, okay? Very simple to do. Let's just say you loaded the momentum scan and you like it. Now, of course, you can make changes to it. In that particular scan, this is what I'm looking for. Stock is between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3. No, I do not use them all. No, I don't. I've just got a lot of scans there that I've created. I have created way more than that over the 14 years, but I put a bunch of ones that I thought might be popular, but I don't use them all. No. But sometimes what I do is, one I haven't used for a few months or even a few years, I might look at it and go, I should bring this one back. Get rid of another one. Auto trade? I don't auto trade at all, Stephen. I don't auto trade at all. Well, right now I like I like this one. This is not so much a scan. Give me a moment as I get out of this. This is not so much a scan as it's just telling me to keep an eye on all these stocks that are trading really abnormally. But, I like my 10-day daily breakout and down. And I like the abnormal option. Don't get too many alerts. But those are, that's just my trading style. These are all stocks that you're going, the ones I like to see, they're all near the highs or lows of the day. Boy, this hymns. Man, oh man. Look at this. So there's the low right there, 1585. You can kind of see that if it can take this out, okay. I mean, it's got a lot of room underneath. Yeah, they're good for both bear and bull. Yeah, absolutely. Because they're trading abnormally. Okay. Most of the time, a stock, even on the way, even though the market is down today, um, within reason, a stock that is trading higher as an alpha stock that doesn't really care what the market is doing is still good. And the converse is true. A stock that is being beaten up, even though the market's going higher, can be still good. Now, Swin, no kidding. Well, good for you guys who somehow persisted in it. Okay, Brazilla, sorry, I should always. I was talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, sorry about that. We've got two rooms going at the same time. There's a YouTube room, and then the room you're in, Brazilla, is what I call the main room. And both see me or see my screen and hear me. There's just a lot more action in the room you're in. Action meaning more traders. And I'll actually put that in the YouTube room. So if you're new and you want to have a little more action with other traders, activity with other traders, this is the link for the trading room. Now, where was I? Hymns. All right. Now, I want you to tank for me. Tank. As I say, there was the break of 85. So yeah, meanwhile, you guys in the SWIN. Now, here's your there's your halt. Okay, 750. Now here's where it could open. So obviously be careful. Pop up. It was you that suggested a short of DraftKings. Couldn't remember. Wow, look at GME. I wonder if all the shorts have been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. They're about 500,000 this morning. They're still 468,000 now. So I've got an alert set down here, 1875 or so. I had bracketed the top and the bottom here of that day. So, Stephen, I know you're asking me a question like that, but of course, I cannot, I'm not going to say yes or no. But it's weak. It's weak. The next low looking left is about 180 on the weekly chart. Had earnings on the 7th, which was right here, post market. Yeah. So the reaction was, it's funny because the reaction wasn't great, but afterwards it had a little pop. But it's been weakening since. But I can't tell you if it's a good idea to short now or like right now. Not really trading that well either. I mean, it's only 116,000 shares. That's only 0.84 normal. So it's not even trading normally. But, with the market moving down like this, I mean, it may not matter. It has traded options. You're right. 1,000 contracts. That's 3.5 times normal. All right, where did it open? Swin opened. So hopefully you guys are taking some profit at some point. So this is halted. I don't know how many times this has been halted. I could try to count, but sometimes I'm not getting the halt if it happens right after they resume. So, but you can see that it's gone absolutely nuts. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Do you guys see what I see? Well, I'm going to flash this. Okay. I doubt if it's going to last, but look at the potential open. So if you're still in this, hopefully you weren't drinking anything because you'd probably spit it all out. Look at the potential open, $15. Now I have a hard time believing that's going to last, but you never know. And again, this is time and sales. This blue screen you see here is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. I think it's 300. I think it's 300%. No, it's 150. 150%. Stephen, okay? Try to be at least 150% or like 1.5 times normal. Well, I've got to put this up. I mean, like, I hope that you guys are, some of you are still in it. But you can see how it's drifting down. I mean, that was 15. Now it's 8. So you see, yeah, I refuse to believe it was going to remain at 15. But still above that 757 halt price. Ah, I'll keep this open until it comes out of its halt. So 208. So if it's 213.29, so less than 2 minutes from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. All right. In 1 minute, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open if it's a 5-minute halt. I'm talking about the Swin. Who was that gentleman earlier in our YouTube room that got nailed in that one? Where are you? Still around? I think it was Shaw, right? Not Shaw, but Shaw Van. Are you still around? Shaw Van. Are you still around? All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Still halted. So this might be a 10-minute halt, unless it's going to open really, really soon here. Yeah, this could be a 10-minute halt then. So typically there are 5-minute halts, but if it's not a 5-minute halt, usually it's a multiple of 5, the next one being 10, which isn't good, because the longer it's halted, the more this can maybe drift down to the halt price. No guarantee. I mean, listen, it could pop even higher than this. I get it, but so it looks like we're in for a 10-minute halt for the SWIN. Yeah. I mean, somebody asked me, what what was the likelihood of this I mean, anything can happen, especially with something like this. Now, I have no idea where this is going, of course, but briefly, my style is momentum trading. Okay, not large caps, not because I don't want to trade large caps, but most of the stocks that are here, it's almost impossible for a large cap stock to be up 160% or 58% or even obviously Nvidia today that is a difference. But I'm looking for stocks that have the ability to put in decent percentage gains. Okay, and that typically it's not. I'm not biased against large caps, but it's just hard. Most of my filters, they have to be up a certain percent. You're just not going to get you're not usually going to get a large cap stock up even 5 or 10%. within reason. I mean, if it's having earnings, but look, I mean, look at Apple. Now, Apple may be a bad example today. Yeah, but Apple, it's moved 1.6% on a down day. It looks terrible, but it's only a 1 point. Now, I know people play options in it and they can make money doing that. Great. But, I'm only trading stocks. And I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. Obviously, high of the day, then to go long, low of the day to short. Doesn't mean just because a stock makes a new high of the day, of course, that I take the trade. It has to come out of a pattern that I kind of like, maybe a little consolidation break. And then I'm always looking left on the daily and the weekly chart. If I wanted to short Apple as an example, okay, I'd be looking left. And the first thing I see is 187.37. Okay, that is the next low looking left. So I wouldn't take that short right now. Okay, but if I saw the next low looking left was down here at 182, just as using Apple as an example, that would make sense to me. Okay, because it has room to move before it hits that next low. Very simple style. I just keep looking left on a daily chart. If I can't see the next low on the daily, I look on the weekly. And I don't know if there's a typical RR. All the trades I take, though, I have to have at least a reasonable expectation of making. If I'm going to risk X, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 2X. So if I risk 10 cents on a trade, I have to be able to look left and not see any. I don't want to see a high 20 cents away, or it has to be at least 20 cents away. So if my stop is 10 cents, if I look left, I have to be able to say to myself, well, it could move 20 cents before it hits the next high. That'd be my minimum. So in other words, if I looked at it, if I clicked on something, and the first thing I'm doing, of course, is saying, okay, if this trade doesn't work, where am I getting out? That's my thought process. Where am I getting out of this trade if it's not working? And my stop. So once I have my stop, then I look left and say, okay, if my stop is 10 cents away and I look left, can I have a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents on this trade? If I do, then it becomes a solid candidate for me to trade. Okay? So that's in a nutshell. Meanwhile, your SWIN has opened. And it was a 10-minute halt. You can see that. Got halted at 2:08 and it opened at 2:18. So it was a 10-minute halt. So I'm sharing a lot of scans, Brucezilla. And so you can check them right there. You click on my homepage link. You can check the scans that I'm currently sharing. Right here, middle section. So scroll down till you see the middle section. So I've got daily reversals. So what does that mean? That's a stock that was up big one day, and then today it's down big, and vice versa. Stock that was down big yesterday, now it's up big today. That's an example of a daily reversal. Bouncers, toppers, stock. There are two scans in there, like there are two scans in this one also. So bouncers, toppers. So a stock that has been beaten up and then maybe has the ability to bounce, so play a bounce play, or a stock that maybe overbought, that might be ripe for a short. I don't have all these open. I don't have this one open. I don't have the daily reversals open. I don't have the upside movers versus downside move. Now, if you're saying, well, why don't I? First of all, I don't want to have them all open. I'd have way too many, but I don't mind putting these in because, we all have different trading styles. And so, some of these scans may appeal to certain people. Oh, I don't know, Bruce. You're asking, yeah, it's way too detailed. Way too detailed. I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm, comfortable with what I do, able to carve out a living. All right, HIMS is starting to work now for me. HIMS starting to work a little bit more for me. I'm tempted to get a little greedy on it. Swin halted again. Let's see. Yep. We might be approaching a record. I cannot remember what our, unofficial record since we've had this scan, halts resumes. I think we've had it for maybe 3 or 4 years now. It was one of fairly recent scan or set of filters. Well, no, a scan. So I can't remember, but this has got to be close to a record. I think one stock was halted about 34 times, maybe even 40 times. Boy, look at GME. GME is just getting clobbered now. Robert F.K. better put some more money in it. How's AMC doing? All right, guys. So 224. So I usually wrapping up at around 20 to 3, quarter to 3. Always stick around if there are more questions, and William will keep the room open, the main room open until 4, he says today. There'll be no screen sharing. Nobody will be on the mic, but you can post amongst yourselves. Well, if you're a newbie, first of all, if you're truly a newbie, Bruce, what I would do, I don't know how new you are when you say you're a newbie, but my opinion is that you should, just give me a moment. Okay, you click on my homepage link. I know I post this all the time, and you might want to take a look at this Trading 101, okay? that allows you to identify, it's a series of videos and it goes over chart reading. So I don't know if trading indices is the same in terms of chart reading. I really don't know. Maybe. And support and resistance and all that sort of stuff. I don't know. I've never traded the indices before, so it may be the same. So you may have already a basis behind for yourself. But this is free, the Trading 101. Okay, guys, 227. Well, this is fun. I have to admit, the SWIN, I mean, who knows? Who the heck knows where this could go? I know, sorry guys, we're a little away from my mic. Now we've got $10 on the halt. 968 on the halt, $10 potential open. Who wants to count the number of halts? First halt was at 947 for SWIN. Reason I can't do that is because sometimes the stock will get halted soon after the resume, and sometimes I don't get it doesn't pick on the server I'm on. It doesn't get picked up. Though it does look like maybe because this got halted at resumed at 207 and got halted a minute later. Well, okay. What was talked about yesterday on the SWIN, okay, and whether it's correct or not, they were talking about somebody posted in the room that it may have something to do with Ethereum, and if Ethereum gets an ETF, which is being discussed, and maybe they would have something to do with it. That's all. I can't, I cannot verify that. I cannot. There's nothing in my headlines that says that, but 27 times. Okay. So it sort of makes sense, okay? Because I mean, this is from April 26th, okay? I'm just reading a headline. So Solomon strengthens partnership with OSL to facilitate Hong Kong's innovative spot virtual asset ETFs. So, maybe will have something to do with Ethereum, maybe, but don't quote me. No kidding. Hard to. It's just a trading vehicle right now. That's all it is, right? There's no real news that you're going to see. It's just the traders around the world. Now look at Edible. Look at Edible now. EDBL. Wow. Look what it did. It got up to 245. It pulled right back down. Oh, man. I like this one as a potential, believe it or not, potential swing. And I don't swing trade. Wow. Look at it go now. But look how whippy it is. Yeah, Alex, I mean, sometimes, we're not the only, game in town. And, it's showing up. Like this swing would be showing up on different either screeners and people are just seeing it and they're going, wow, okay, well, let's, maybe I'll dip in and get some. And then somebody else does the same and same and same. And hundreds of thousands of people later, well, that's maybe an exaggeration, but that's how it can work. And then it's the fear of missing out. Probably you're not going to find any news. Okay, I mean SMCI I think just ran with Nvidia, and now it's dropping with Nvidia. That's all. Just a sympathy play. I mean Nvidia is moving down, so is this one. Now that I have to admit that one dropped off the bat, so this was not moving with Nvidia. So, but I don't know. I have no idea. I mean the market's down. All right, guys, and now I see it has resumed. SWIN has resumed. Boy, it's still, I mean, it still does not want to give it up yet. And halted again. Yep. On the way up. See, this is what I mean, guys. See how I don't have the halt. If it resumes and then it gets halted, I think within a minute on the server I'm on, unfortunately, which sounds crazy, I don't get the halt. I mean, it's obviously we know it's halted. Okay, guys, I think I'll take off now. It's 2:36. So unless there are any other questions, again, I'll stick around if there are questions. I'm liking this, taking off at around 2:30, 2:35, 2:40. Got a million things I can do. Okay, I don't see any questions. So thanks a lot for all of the help today. Exciting, no question about it. Exciting day. And I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. So I'm stopping the screen sharing. And I'm muting myself in the main room. And now YouTubers. So I will put the link again for the trading room if you want. That room will be open till 4 o'clock. Just without me. Okay, so there is the link to get into the trading room if you feel you still want to talk about trading. And now I will end the stream.